In the Yankees postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. ServPro, cleanup, restoration, construction, like it never even happened. Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tirrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. Borgata Casino. Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Veg ER for Pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by General Plumbing Supply. Trust the real experts. This is WFAN Yankees Radio.
Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here we go!
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible!
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
If you're in the market for Michelin tires, get to Town Fair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. With Michelin's innovative technologies designed for durability and performance, you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires over all the toughest of road conditions. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. So if you're looking for the best deal on Michelin tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, let's get back into it. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Another KM to AM, 2.5 hours here. I don't mind it. Let me get this Monday night game on, because I was pumped tonight. I didn't have to watch that Yankee game straight on. Like, I didn't have to look it in the eyes. Picture in picture. I don't even think, after Luke Weaver came in, I don't think I had it on the big part of the picture in picture at all. They had a couple hits. They were asleep. Oh, yeah, we're going to use that one again. We're going to use the excuse that they had Sunday night baseball. They traveled late. They were tired. And, nobody was there at the ballpark to root them on. It's Minnesota. It's late. And come on, bro. You get blanked like that? What happened to stepping on necks? What happened to we're the best team in the American League, we're going to go win a division, and, I want anybody that steps out there on the field with us to know that, we're not taking Jazz, my boy Jazz, you got to love him. The boy is hilarious with that, though. Like, that's why you got to chill with that, especially in baseball. And I'm going back to, after Jazz had the big game on Saturday against the Red Sox. And, he had a lot to say. He was feeling himself. He's feeling the team. And there we go. I got it on ESPN now. Boom. And we're live on YouTube. YouTube, I see you. Do you see me in the chat? If you can see me, say I can see you. Send some emojis or something. But, yeah, my boy Jazz, he had the swinging bunts. He had the homer. Jazz has had the best season of his career, and he's missed a month. I love what he had to say after the game to Lauren Shahadi about killing the Red Sox. He said, I've been a Yankee fan my whole life, so he turns it on when it's time to kill the Red Sox. But nobody turned it on tonight when it was time to kill the Minnesota Nice Guys, our pals, right? Those guys always cooperate because we are your friends. Like, they're supposed to just lay down and lose. This is a soft spot. This is a soft spot in the schedule. No, friends. This is the trap part of the schedule. As I was watching the Blue Jays play in our spring training facility, and it was 1-0 for a while and a debut of a young pitcher for them. I've been watching the Blue Jays closely as I think they've won 5 in a row. They're turning it on right here. You know why? They can smell the division. And as of right now, I think it's fair to say, unless they absolutely collapse, which I don't see, the AL East is over. Bum, 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 888-808-1019, and I don't even care. I'm not mad about it. You lose 2 games to the Tigers. You get absolutely smoked. The bullpen implodes. Similar to tonight, right? Like, your starter goes out there, 2 runs. 1 run, that's on the defense. The other run, solo shot. That shouldn't be enough to put down the New York Yankees, but the New York Yankees put themselves down. Too many Ks, too many strikeouts. Where have I seen this before? Oh, the Yankees will turn anybody into an ace. They'll turn anybody into Cy Young, Nolan Ryan, Sandy Koufax. Simeon Woods Richardson tonight, as I was looking into him, I'm like, oh, I'm checking his game logs. He had more strikeouts tonight than he had in the entire month of May. That's just how it goes, right? That's how the Yankees, that's how they do sometimes. I can't keep using the excuse about them not sleeping. That was the excuse 2 Thursdays ago going into the Friday first game against the Blue Jays. They lost 7-1, only hits. They had like a couple hits. Stan had the solo shot. And it was, the travel. The Blue Jays were already here, and the Yankees had to travel. This has to change next year. And then even before that, the Red Sox series. Oh, the Red Sox were waiting on them, and the Yankees had to travel. You would think they'd be used to it by now. As smart as the Yankees are, right? Shouldn't they have some type of thing to help these guys sleep on the planes, get into their rooms, sleep, take naps, alter the schedule a little bit? I don't know. What do I know? Hope Week continues. That's all I know. I'm not even mad. Because this gauntlet, as everybody called it, it's not a gauntlet. Like, a gauntlet is something that's supposed to be scary, intimidating. If you don't make it through, that could spell the end of you. It was a final exam. And I use the term that the Yankees have to cram for the final exam because here we are at the end of the year where you need games. And when you think back this entire season, how many games they played Jason Dominguez in left field on skates? Yeah, it is what it is. It was time to embrace the Martian. But it gets worse. DJ LeMahieu comes back. They play him at second base. They put Jazz out of position at third base. Anthony Volpe played I don't know how many games with a torn labrum, partially torn labrum. Striking out, leading the league in ground balls. Oh, and they let Devin Williams blow 9 games this year because it's right in front of us, right? We're going to turn the corner. The math doesn't math to them. When us fans are stressing the importance of winning games in series and not dropping games to some of these bum-ass teams, it's because we know we're going to get to the end of the season where we're at and need games, where you can't be so cavalier anymore. And the math works against you. You don't have the time left to chase down the Toronto Blue Jays. You had a 7.5 game lead in first place. So the way I look at it here is you failed, right? You failed, and you're going to most likely miss out on the division. Anything can happen, sure. But now I'm not so worried about the division. Now I'm worried about, okay, do you bounce back with Cam Schlittler on the mound tomorrow? Then you face Taj Bradley, the former Tampa Bay Ray, who I've seen mow you down. And then the Baltimore Orioles are nothing to just overlook. Neither are the White Sox. They couldn't sweep the White Sox on the south side of Chicago. So, like, nothing, like, the rest of the way is set in stone. The Yankees got to go out every day and prove it. And right now, like, this bullpen, I think that's the biggest concern. You're going to have down nights. Sleep affects performance. I get it. Not as down of a night like this. 11 Ks for that guy. And he goes 2-hit ball through 6 innings. He has the game of his life because, yeah, they're sitting there waiting for you. They're waiting to play spoilers. I don't know how many times I said that. Like, these teams are waiting to play spoilers at the end of the year. They're going to you're going to get their best shot. They're not going to just lay down for you. The umpire sucks. That's standard, right? You know, I say the same things all the time. The guy behind home plate, he's not trying to help you out either. A couple guys got rang up on some nonsense. But yeah, ultimately too, the trouble they got into in the third, Caballero is opening the door. He's opening the door. Volpe got in the game late tonight. Caballero has opened the door for Anthony Volpe to start tomorrow. I would book it. I remember, I forget what game it was where I saw, it was in Tampa where I saw Caballero yawning. Like, if you're watching the games that close, like, I've seen Caballero yawn twice. Maybe he doesn't sleep too much. He's very jittery, got a lot of energy. Maybe it's hard for him to come down. He'll sleep tonight in Minnesota, and I wouldn't be surprised if Anthony Volpe is starting at shortstop tomorrow. And do I expect them to take the series? Yeah, hell yeah. I expect them to sweep, but I know it's on the road. Sunday night baseball, late travel. I don't know the exacts, and I don't care anymore. I'm so tired of talking about that. So tired of talking about, they do. Like, it's all season. That's what I say. By now, don't they have some type of routine? Don't they have, like extra leg room on the plane to sleep? Don't they get these guys right through customs? Well, not through customs. Right through the airport. Sometimes they got to go through customs coming back from Toronto. But right through the airport, like the Yankees just landed. Like, aren't they in private airports and stuff? Aren't they in hotels where they're coming in and can get to the room? And I don't know. I'm tired of making that excuse for them. They didn't sleep. There's no excuse to be shut out. No excuse to have 2 hits. No excuse to lose back-to-back games in the fashion you did. Yesterday's game was over. They should have let some of the guys dip out. Not like how they had like Cam Schlittler and Luis Heel, go home for the Toronto series when they were in Houston. I'm talking about like the All-Star game, where at the end of the All-Star game, there's a swing-off and everybody's like, where's Judge? Where's Ohtani? Like, they let those guys go. They should have let the Yankees leave. They should have let some of the Yankees leave after Will Warren gave up 6 runs in the first inning. You knew that was cooked. I was off. I was watching Sunday Night Football, and I went straight to bed. I don't ever really get to fall asleep early like that. I went straight to bed. I didn't watch that game. I did turn back, once they came back. You had Ahmed Rosario, getting some action, hits a 2-run bomb. And then again, of course, right, they rallied, but they can only score off the homer. Judge, Caballero. And they lose 6-4 to not sweep them. So I know it's real. Remember me saying that? Sweep them. Complete the sweep. Step on next. Jazz, you guys are supposed to be the big bad New York Yankees, right? There's blood in the water. Go for the throat. Right? I don't know. 888-808-1019. I got off the roller coaster on August 8th. I'm not back on the roller coaster until the postseason starts. When the new season starts, let's go. Anything can happen. But this Yankees team is showing you right now the bullpen is a huge issue. It's a problem. Luke Weaver looks like he's cooked. Luke Weaver is not the weapon he was last year. And we could talk about a lot of different things. I think I was listening to Adam Ottavino say his velocity was up, but it's the command. And I think about Luke Weaver. He's just turned back into a pumpkin, perhaps, right? He was a guy that Cashman got for nothing, that nobody was thinking of, that became a setup guy and then the closer. Like, it's kind of crazy to think that Luke Weaver was the closer for this team on the road to the World Series last year. Now, like, you can't trust him. What's his role going to be? Like, if he's not Luke Weaver down the stretch for the Yankees here, they don't have many other guys to go to. So they bring in Camilo Doval after Queever, and like, what has Camilo Doval been as a Yankee? Ass, mostly. Like, can't go to him either. He's wild. You're a lock for a couple wild pitches, walks, and then he just makes it worse. So, like, I mean, we're getting down to it's September 15th. We're halfway through the month. Like, we're getting close here, folks. Like, we got to know who is who and what is what, who we can trust, who's in the circle of trust, and who's not with the New York Yankees bullpen. And, I mean, these guys are making Devin Williams look like the man. I just got to laugh it off, man. I got to laugh it off. I love the Yankees. I love baseball. But I just am not so sure or confident about what's to come in this next month. And maybe that's a good way to be. Maybe they'll surprise us. But it's hard to say, oh, it's baseball, they're going to surprise us. Like, they are what they're showing you. These guys need their rest, which you will get in the postseason. But this bullpen, any given day, they can take you on a ride and blow the game completely open. Like, just in this last week, the 2 games against the Tigers, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then today, Monday, it's a calendar week. Those are 3 games that your starter held them to 2 runs, and the bullpen came in and... So we'll start with the Yankees, man. We'll start with the New York Yankees. The Mets didn't play tonight. At least we didn't have to see them lose again. Oh, they won. They lost 8 in a row. Did they would. But we'll leave it at that. I won't even mess with the Met fan. I'm happy the Mets won. Honestly, I thought the Mets had won on Saturday while I was at Banana Ball. I read a positive Tommy tweet, and I read it as if he was, talking about a win. Because I think Soto homered, and I wasn't really on I was in Banana Land, and I just assumed that the Mets were going to win, and I saw that they lost 3-2, and I was like, well, damn.
I won't lead us.
But PT got his positive Tommy take off with the Pete Alonso homer. And now the Mets got to get hot. The Mets down the stretch have completely eroded. They have decomposed. They have just shriveled into a nothing. But yet there's still a game and a half up in the standings, and it's still right in front of them too. They can erase all of this by beating the Padres and going on a little bit of a run here. So here we are, folks. 2 wild card teams in New York. Ain't that something, right? We were talking World Series. Remember that Freaky Friday, June 13th, where Evan and Tiki was Morash and Evan talking about who's better, and both of these teams being at the top of their divisions. I think the Mets might have the best record in baseball. They both collapse. The Mets so far out of first place and now holding on to dear life with a $340 million payroll for the last wild card spot. And the Yankees have the top wild card spot. I guess we're destined to host our first ever 3-game wild card series in the Bronx, but don't lock that in so fast either. You do not want to go to Boston. I don't. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Of course, I'm going to talk about the Giants. If you remember me talking about some games that you should pick early on where the Giants would be underdogs that they could steal, that was the game they were supposed to steal. I bet on them to win, money line. Come on, bro. They found 5 ways to lose that game. They figured out how to lose that game like 5 different times. And the Jets said on Twitter, fool me, can't fool me again. It's just the same old Jets. They got a different guy talking about instant coffee now, a different guy with some different lines to hit the media, but the team looks the same out there. They look the same. We'll get into it. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
It was Dable who had the issue. And remember, you and I were fighting about this. You were on the side of Martindale. I was on the side of Dable.
Yep.
Dable, the head coach, he made the decision. They moved on from Martindale. Their defense has not been the same.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Clogged toilet, leaky faucet on one. Ready?
Uh-oh, you got a plumbing problem blitzing through the line. Time to audible and call in the pros. Roto-Rooter is your go-to defense for clogs, leaks, and any plumbing fix. Call the right play and download the Roto-Rooter app and easily book an appointment and receive exclusive service discounts. Touchdown! Don't get sacked by plumbing issues. Call in Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Download the app today and score big on savings.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation Event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
NFL fans, the Lowe's Earn Your Sunday Tour is rolling into Lowe's of Butler, New Jersey this Saturday from 2 to 6 p.m. Interactive games and prizes. Plus meet WFAN's own Keith McPherson from 3 to 5 p.m. That's this Saturday at Lowe's of Butler, New Jersey.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Let's get back to the show. All right, man. Let's talk to some Yankee fans on the Fan. Maybe, yes, yep. Let's do that. I'm the type of Yankee fan. Like I'm not even tripping off that. Like there was a point in the game where I'm like, come on. But then it is what it is. They're not going to win every single game. They are human beings. They laid an egg tonight. You can just hope that they come out tomorrow with Cam Schlittler. He's going to do his thing. They win that game, and then they beat Taj Bradley in the next game, and then they just march forward. I don't know. Let me know how you guys feel. Moose is in Jamaica first up on the Fan. Hello, Moose.
You're Keith. What it do?
You're, watching Justin Herbert. Quentin Johnson is a changed man this season. He's balling this year.
OPP, how can I explain it? Nah, I'm playing. But about the Yankees, like, the gauntlet, test pass, reality hits where it's like, okay, we have to bludgeon teams, like our playoff seeding depends on it. And I guess they start quivering in their legs to the pressure. I guess when it's nobody expects us to do anything, we're going to play with our hair on fire. When we're expected to beat people up, we start to cower. I'm trying to make sense of the nonsense.
It's just baseball. I just don't like the talking, and I'm going to try and find the audio from Jazz. I would hope that he learned from last year when he was saying that the Yankees are going to win the World Series. We're going to go get 28. Like, he's doing the talking again. And since he started talking like that Saturday night, they've lost back-to-back games. Like, just chill.
Mm-hmm. And I'll touch on the Giants real quick, and I'll end my call because I know you have other Yankee fans.
The G-Men?
Therapy.
Brian Dable? James Hudson?
I guess I was wrong in saying that Dart needs to start, but it's good to see what an offensive line can do. Mind you, I'm in class listening to the game on the radio. For every touchdown I hear a penalty. So I'm fighting the urge to go, oh yeah, oh no, like the Kool-Aid Man and the opposite of the scene from Family Guy in the courtroom. But it's good to see an offensive line. But like you said, this is probably a game we should have had. But you know what? I didn't expect much from this season. I just won.
Thanks for the call, Moose. Now I got to talk about the Giants. Like, it's good to see an offensive line. Okay. The Dallas Cowboys are without Micah Parsons. They just signed Jadeveon Clowney. They need help up front. So it's even stupider that Jerry Jones would let that relationship. I've done the Micah Parsons rant. I'm so done with Jerry Jones. I was detached from this game. Like, people thought that I was tweeting after the game, like, celebrating Dallas fan. Hell no. I bet the Giants. I'm not a Dallas fan. I'm a free agent right now. I'm leaning towards the Tampa Bay Bucks. We'll get to that later. But anyway, watching this game, like, James Hudson, T-Pain looking ass boy, I could not believe what I was seeing. 4 penalties on one drive. Like, and then he had the audacity to get mad. They should have whooped his ass on the sideline. They should have beat him up on the sideline. Somebody should have hit his ass. Anyway, I just look at the Giants, and as you said, the offensive line, they went up against the Dallas Cowboys front that is not almighty, that is missing their best playmaker up front. And you know what? They gave Russ enough time, and he was dropping the moon ball in. He turned back the clock, 450 yards, multiple touchdowns. They had their way all day. Like, God, the Cowboys just running zone, 2 safeties, like just running right past. Like, how many deep receivers getting past the defense is incredible. Giants got to win that game. Shane Bowen, I wanted you fired last year. I thought heads had to roll last year, and I understood, okay, they don't want to fire Shane and Dable. Their first year, he won Coach of the Year. They got to the playoffs with Gettleman's players. Didn't want to fire the guy, but I'm like, after you lose 10 games in a row, and then the game you win costs you the number 1 pick, somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to pay for this. And think about how many guys they've run out of the building. The offensive line coach that they ran out of the building is with the Commanders now, doing just fine. I was thinking about Wink Martindale. I'm like, bro, this team this year, they sold us that this defense was going to be so great. If Wink Martindale was at the helm, they'd be better. They'd be better. They've got guys in their secondary. They've got guys up front. Why aren't they better? 40 points? 2 out of the last 3 years, you let the Dallas Cowboys put up 40? And that was a backbreaker, man. You can't win a kicking game with Brandon Aubrey. Like, why would you even think that you could get into that type of game indoors in Jerry World where this guy kicks all day? He's good from 70. But anyway, you know, you mentioned the penalties. 14 penalties for 160 yards. Somebody's got to get fired, man. Who's coaching these dudes? Who's responsible for this? Like I said, if I was a Giants fan, I'd be like, I can't take it anymore. And that's the one. Like, that's the one. That's the game that you should have won. The offense finally looks like a modern-day NFL offense. The quarterback that you went out to get is finding Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson is dancing. Malik Neighbors does the Steph Curry night-night. Thought the game was over, huh? Put him to sleep. And Shane Bowen's got them playing Madden prevent defense. And like, bro, do you not understand? If they get anywhere near that star logo in the middle of the field, their kicker is money. He kicked the game winner, and he kicked the field goal to send it to OT. Blouses. It's wraps. And that is a game that, yeah, they covered. But that is the upset. Imagine betting Malik Neighbors 2 touchdowns, Giants money line. Should have had it. I did have it. 888-808-1009. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll say good morning on the other side. BRB.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd, the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org.
Connecticut's best value is at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
For all station contest rules, go to WFAN.com/rules.
At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm, American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here we go! Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
This is incredible!
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Police Officers Right to Sue.com. Yankees passed the test with 7 wins and 3 series victories during their 12-game gauntlet against the best in the American League, but against the team they've owned for a quarter century, the Bombers, a no-show in Minnesota.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit down the third baseline, fair. Oh, brother. Lee scores right behind him. Pareda. Here comes Buxton flying, and he scores standing up. Bases clearing double by Austin Martin. He's killing the Yankees here tonight. That's his 4th RBI. Goodness gracious.
Twins a 5-run 7th disposed of the Yankees 7-0. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Luke Weaver giving up 5 runs, recorded just 1 out. Carlos Rodon, 6 innings, a 2-run ball, but the offense mustered just 2 base hits. Simeon Woods Richardson struck out 11 over 6 innings, a 2-hit ball. Blue Jays won, so the Bombers now 5 back, 1 up on the Red Sox. Taking a look at the scoreboard for the Mets, you got the Diamondbacks lead the Giants 7-1. That's bottom of the 8th inning. Mets come into this game with a 1.5 game lead on the Giants in the wild card, 2 on the Reds, 2 on the D-backs. Justin Fields remains in concussion protocol. Too early to know if he'll play Sunday against the Bucs. As for the dud getting Green put forth, Aaron Glenn reminded us this is a slow build.
I know from the media to the fans, everybody expects this, when you just start, okay, we're going to the Super Bowl. But we've all played Legos before. And we all know that, man, you have to make sure everything is aligned, and you keep stacking it day by day by day.
Doubleheader Monday Night Football. You got the Chargers in front of the Raiders 20-6 there in the 3rd. Justin Herbert, a couple of TD passes. And the Bucs up in the Texans 20-19. That was courtesy of Rashad White, 2-yard touchdown run with 6 seconds remaining. 68 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning, good morning. I know the beat, so I was waiting for the beat to, keep McPherson on the Fan. Money, power, respect, what you need in life, you'll see the light. 888-808-1019. Let's talk to these fans, man. Now I got Giants fans calling and Yankees fans calling. And you know what? A lot of times, they're the same people. Dan is in Long Beach on the Fan. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Keith. Thanks for having me.
You got it. You're in there.
So, first off, I wanted to make a statement about the Yankees. You missed Sunday's game for the most part. I missed tonight's game. But
you didn't miss anything?
Yeah, exactly. Not too mad about that.
It is what it is.
Sunday,
we're in the wild card.
Warren, when he didn't get the call on low, could have been a strikeout. Red Sox went out to bat. I was locked in. Thought we were really going to make the comeback. But the real Aroldis Chapman showed up in the 9th. And unfortunately, we didn't do it. But better than
the
tonight's
series.
Game
They dominated us every other series, so it was good to take the first 2.
Absolutely.
Sends a message for the wild card round that, hey, we just beat you in your building. If we have to come back, we can take the first 2 and end you. If you got to come to us, it's wraps 2.
Exactly. Love to hear it. So, positive vibes, moving that way. On to the football. I'm a Jets fan. we got worked by a 60-yard field goal week 1. Aaron Rodgers in our building. It's devastating. We got blown out this week, so I turned on the Giants game. Malik Neighbors makes that catch. They score. All about it. Don't like them Cowboys. Another field goal from distance. My goodness. Like, is 60 the new 50 now is my question for you.
For some of these guys. Yeah, for some of these guys.
Is it the actual fact you can't line up over the center anymore? I don't know. That's what do you think?
It is for some of these guys like Chris Boswell, like Brandon Aubrey. But I saw Chase McLaughlin in this game tonight miss a field goal that he should have had, put it on Baker to have to come back and win it. The Browns kicker week 1 missed an extra point and a field goal that could have had the game for the Browns. They lose by 1. So it's few and far between. Matt Prater drilled, I think, a 60-yarder over the weekend against the Jets. So it's not all of these guys. But it's some of these guys in the NFL that they have iron legs. They can boot it. Now, let's see. Prater kicked a 52 yard. 52 yards is 52 yards is still far as hell.
Yeah, there's a couple of the Lions kickers that have moved on. That sorry, fire truck going by.
It happens around here.
Yeah, they would never 50. 53 was the max. Now you got guys, you only got to make it to the 45-yard line or what have you, and now you're in range.
I like it. I don't mind it. Thanks for the call, Dan. I know there's a lot of people that feel some type of way about it, like, oh, these kickers, they're not even real football players. You know, these guys go out there and fight and battle, and it comes down to that. Yeah, they're fighting and battling for every yard to get to that. And it's part of the game. There are 3 facets of the game. Got to have a good kicker. Got to have somebody that can win you games or lose you games. See, we don't talk about it when these guys, doink them off the crossbar or when they miss gimmies. We only talk about it when your team loses. But think about the other side, right? The Steelers are celebrating because they know they got Chris Boswell. Mike Tomlin's talking about he's a serial killer. His kicker. He's probably the nicest guy. But when it comes to kicking that ball through the uprights, he's got ice in his veins. Same thing with Brandon Aubrey. That was something I was tweeting during the game. I'm like, you're not, I don't care. If you're not punching it in, and the Giants found ways to score. But I'm like, if you just let this guy kick, you're not winning the field goal game against Brandon. He's not going to miss. And inside that spaceship in Arlington, Texas, he's money from 60, 65, 70. When you're looking at the ball go through, you're like, that's got room. He could have hit that from further back. So I am for it. I am not against it. I don't think they need to make the goalposts shorter, not as wide. I like it. I think it's a good part of the game. I think it adds a lot of suspense, but then also it adds this almost like this mulligan or this feeling of you're not out of it. You just got to get to here. And if you got the kicker that can do it, and it's not a guarantee, just like it's not a guarantee that all of these guys can complete passes. Justin Fields, we'll get to Justin Fields. With the Justin Fields experience, this is what you get. You get a guy who came out in week 1 and he silenced all his critics. You get a guy that comes out in week 1 and he looks like he's prepared and he spent the whole offseason with Tanner Engstrand. And that's another thing. Tanner Engstrand, we were throwing flowers at him week 1. Week 2, we're like, bro, you got to go for it on 4th and short right there. You got to mix it up. But, hey, how quickly, you see Justin Fields not be able to complete short passes, easy passes, gimmies that you got to have. And then he's running for his life early in that game. Boop. Ball gets knocked out. That's what they signed Bosa for. That swings the game. Later in the game, because he's a runner, they let a guy put a hit on him and he's concussed. Let's see if he clears concussion protocol and can go. The Jets are now looking at Tyrod Taylor going up against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. And this is the Buccaneers home opener down there in Tampa. I might have to go. I was watching tonight. My wife's fantasy team has Baker Mayfield and Emeka Egbuka. And I made sure that she drafted him. I'm like, this dude's going to be the number 1 receiver there. And so, my wife used to be a Patriots fan. She was a Tom Brady fan. She fell out of favor with them. Who's really rooting for Drake May and Ramondre Stevenson at this point. So she started following the Bucs a little bit when Brady was down there. And she's like, if I had to pick a team, I think I might be a Bucs fan. I'm like, you know what? You might be on to something, babe. We go down there every year. George M. Steinbrenner Field is right across the street from Raymond James Stadium. So the Bucs have entered the chat. Speaking of the chat, I'm in the YouTube chat. I just hit them with that in the chat. I said, here are my teams, right? And then someone's trolling me in the chat. You guys are hilarious in this YouTube chat. Someone made a fake McPherson brand YouTube account. That ain't me. Now I got to go in and block this guy or put him in timeout for a minute. Kids these days, man, the technology and whatnot. You start doing these fun little things on the internet to expand, and they just, they find ways. They take your profile image and they just go on and do what they want to do. But in the chat, I said my top teams as far as I'm an NFL free agent, and it is freeing. It is a relief to just be rooting for your fantasy team and your parlays to hit. Like I said, I got no joy out of watching the Cowboys win, but my 4 teams now, and in no particular order, the Buffalo Bills, the Bucks, the Ravens, and the Jaguars. Yeah, those are my 4 pending teams right now, my top 4 in no particular order. 888-808-1019. Phil's in Sheepshead Bay on the fan. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Keith. How are you this morning?
I'm good, man.
Keith, I watched the game, the Giants performing, and I said to myself, there's a Hudson River. This guy ought to be going up the Hudson River.
Well played.
4 penalties in one. I never seen that before. That's a first. And if you count all the long games that they made, they should have beaten Dallas by at least a touchdown. So a lot of the stuff was called back. It was ridiculous. And I blame some of the coaching. They got to teach these guys elementary stuff. All these crazy penalties, they're really off the wall.
Talk to them at halftime. Talk to them on the sideline. Dial in, lock in. You have the Giants had that entire game. In the beginning of the game, the defense was on everything Dallas was trying to do.
Mm-hmm, I saw that, yeah.
How can you blow that opportunity? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's tough. It's fireable. Thanks for the call, Phil. That's why I said it's fireable. I mean, they should have fired Shane Bowen last year, but how are they going to do that? They brought him in after they ran Wink Martindale out. And then, they're not going to fire Daboll and Shane. And I know nobody's really getting fired in week 2 of the NFL, but I'm saying for the fans, you got to be mad as hell where you want change. You got to be mad as hell. How can I take this team serious as an NFL franchise? You have to win that game. Russ, amazing for you to turn back the clock and show everybody you're not washed, you're not cooked, you can do it. That you can recognize the defense, you can put the ball up, drop it in the bucket. He was hooping, swish, for 3, bang. But then in overtime, don't force that throw. Did you need 500 yards on the day? You know how overtime works? That's why, again, I go back to Brandon Aubrey. You can't do that. You can't give them the ball. It's literally curtains for you. We'll get back to the conversation around the Giants game, and we're going to talk about the Jets too, but the Yankees just lost to the Minnesota Nice Guy Twins. The Yankees have lost back-to-back games. And before we get to Robbie and Lennox, I got to read that Jazz Chisholm quote that came out Saturday night. He said, we're the best team in the league. Any team that thinks they're better than us, they should know that when we step on the field, we're coming with relentlessness. We're coming to step on necks. We're not here to play around. Well, what happened the last 2 nights, Jazz? Robbie's in Lennox back on the fan.
That's a great question, Keith. What the hell happened tonight? You know what? I didn't even watch the game. When I put the ticker on, they're down 2-0. I'm like, okay, Rodon's going to pitch well. Then I'm watching the 5th inning. I'm looking at the ticker. I'm going, I don't even want to watch that. And then I look at the score, 7-0. After last night with Crochet, they struck out 27 times in 2 games against a guy I never heard of in my life. Keith, honestly, the bullpen is the problem. Could you ask me something? Weaver, why? I guess he pitched them in tonight to keep it close, I guess. But, I mean, do you have any faith in this bullpen? I mean, normally I have faith in Weaver. I have faith in Bednar. Even Cruz is pretty good. So those three guys, but it seems like all year long, it's so inconsistent with the way Boone manages the pen that these guys don't really know their roles. Now, look, it's not all his fault because obviously we went out and got Williams to be the closer, and now he's not the closer. So to me, the important thing is Devin Williams. Which Devin Williams are you going to get? You're probably getting a good Weaver, but do you trust anybody in this bullpen? And the other thing I wanted to talk to you about tonight is I talked to Lori last night about the Giants. I couldn't wait to talk to you about the Giants. I mean, let me tell you something, Keith. Okay, I've been watching the Giants since 1972. I saw a lot of bad football. I saw a lot of good football, all right? This team doesn't know how to win, first of all. And this coach, between the three of them, between Kafka and Dable and the worst of the three of them, Shane Bowen. I mean, if these three guys were gone and you had a competent coaching staff, the Giants win it yesterday. No doubt in my mind. First of all, what are you taking points off the board by going for it on fourth down and 3 in the third quarter?
Feeling good. Yeah, feeling good about themselves, right? Feeling like, hey, we're scoring today. We can move the ball today. We can do whatever we want to do out here today.
It's real easy for, no offense against Russell Wilson. He had a wonderful game. He's great. He's a long-distance thrower. I mean, that's great. But what about 1 out of 5 in the red zone? You know what Mike Kuska reminds me of? It's like Dave Davis, like a bald version of Jason Garrett, okay? It's like, how stupid can we actually be, right? We have to fool everybody on the goal. Why can't we just run the ball? This team doesn't run the ball. So here's the deal. You basically have worn out your defense by putting them on the field so much yesterday because you're trying to throw the ball every time, including overtime, which was ridiculous. But, I mean, the prevent defense went on, Keith, in the last 25 seconds from Bowen was some of the stupidest.
They did exactly what the Cowboys wanted them to do. Thanks for the call, Robbie. 888-808-1019. Let's hear from Yankees reliever, former closer, Dream Weaver. Let's hear what Luke had to say after last night's performance.
Yeah, that was trash. Obviously I'll recap it. Off the rip, though, just the body just wasn't on time. It just wasn't aligned with what I was trying to execute and do. I felt like I was fighting myself the whole time. Mentally just trying to overcome it, have a good mindset, and just, stay within myself. And those two things just weren't coming together. I feel like I just didn't try to do too much and just got on the wrong side of the results.
Yeah, I don't know, buddy. This is the soft spot of the schedule. This is the trap spot in the schedule. You can't get your mind right to retire these hitters. You can't get your mind right to get the job done in Minnesota. Like, I don't know. I would look at this part of the schedule as like, let's continue to, get the best out of the bullpen, establish some confidence in these guys, right the ship, get them in their right roles against these teams that aren't going anywhere. And you're just reminded, these guys are millionaires too. These guys have nice cars too. Even though they've lost 10 out of the last 13 games they played in this month, they can show up on a night like tonight and blank the Yankees 7-0. Now, with this bullpen and the circle of trust, you know what? I was literally saying at Banana Ball, shout out to Andrew Levy, as we were watching the Yankees win Saturday in the suite. And I was loving what the bullpen did because I'm like, yo, back-to-back days here, or night and day, the Yankees win that first one 4-1, and they go Cruz, Williams, Bednar. The next day, they win. They go Weaver, Williams, Cruz, Bednar. They use the same guys plus Weaver, and it was effective. It worked. And so those are the guys that you really believe in. Those are the guys that you have some confidence in. They have to get Weaver right. Now, I know I said last week, I read an article, I think, on Fansided or something about they're not going to bring Luke Weaver back. This is it for Luke Weaver as a Yankee, most likely. One, he's going to command more money than they're probably going to give him. Two, it's clear that Cashman made moves with this bullpen to have control of guys where, they'll be able to move on from him. And three, he's not had a good year. He has not looked like the ferocious jungle cat that he was being called last year. After tonight's game, when you go and look at Luke Weaver, And look at his splits and look at his numbers, and it's not good at all, man. It's worrisome. In the last 15 games, 14 and a third innings pitched, 19 hits, 12 earned runs. And that's not really even telling the story. You guys have seen it as you've watched him. He has not been the same. His fastball is flat. It's batting practice when he doesn't have command. The walking guys is the main thing with anybody coming out of the bullpen. Walking guys is the main thing. And I feel bad for Rodon. Rodon has had the ability to overcome. I got respect for him. I was tweeting out, Carlos Rodon, we appreciate you, bro. Because even with the solo shot, he just looks at it, stares at it, but he does it, and he does what he has to do. Even with, like I said, in that third inning, Caballero not knowing if he's going to have an unassisted double play. He takes 4 steps, flips it to Jazz. Jazz is late now trying to fire the throw. Throw goes under the glove. I don't know, man. Weaver's got to be better. They got to get him right. These guys got to tighten up. You can excuse them if you want. I'm not excusing them for the sleep thing anymore. I just think it's the Minnesota Twins. Even if you lost the game, you should have had a better effort than that. 14 strikeouts. Stanton goes 0 for 4 with 4 Ks. Golden sombrero. These guys can't do anything. Judgy worked 3 walks. And that's another thing. If anybody from MLB Network is listening, stop with the Cal Raleigh nonsense at this point. It's over. Judge just won Player of the Week. Stop with the rhetoric and the whole campaign around Cal Raleigh. Mickey Mantle. He just tied Mickey Mantle for the most home runs by a switch hitter. And he's a catcher. Stop it. I swear I've been hearing it from MLB Network. I don't want to name names, but any of the good folks over there at MLB Network, I know y'all listening. Enough already. I know that they hate on MLB Network and say there's East Coast bias. It ain't East Coast bias. Judge is the MVP, Player of the Week. In 6 games, 9 runs, 5 home runs, 5 runs batted in. 4 walks, 1 intentional walk. A .450 average. He went 9 for 20. .560 on base percentage with a 1,200 slug. All rise. The captain met the POTUS, shook his hand. He got that Trump bump, and he said, I'm back, baby. He's going to get his next MVP. And here's where I'm really holding out hope. Shout out to my guy Sam from Fireside Yankees. He had a little bit of a rant on a video that went out today, and I was like, this is what I've been saying, bro. With the way Judge has been playing, his take on Judge was basically, and I'll read it, he said, this October could be legacy cementing for Aaron Judge. If Aaron Judge is the best player in the postseason, that team doesn't lose. They walked Judge 3 times today. They got shut out 7-0. But, how much did I talk about last year how Judge was mocked? He was memed. They made a gif of him dropping that pop-up in center field. They talked about how he's, he shrinks in the postseason. He's I don't even know what his average is in the postseason. He's a low leverage Judge. He won another MVP. When he won that MVP, I remember being in here. He said Juan Soto's name like 3 times, like he was lobbying for Juan Soto to come back. And instead of listening to Judge and Stanton, who told Soto, stick with us, what did Juan Soto do? Juan Soto left. He didn't answer a text. And then he told the world that he felt like he had a better chance to win across town. And Judge disagreed with that, right? So Judge had to take that on top of losing the World Series, on top of being mocked. And then he got his dad's strength. His daughter was born. After the team retooled and added Max Fried and Cody Bellinger and Paul Goldschmidt and Devin Williams. And you knew that this year we would see Trent Grisham or the Martian, and we got to see what Ben Rice would become. And then even the emergence of young guys like Cam Schlittler, like this team, Jazz Chisholm with his best year, this team around Judge, they have the starting pitching. The bullpen, I think they have this last 2 weeks to work itself out and figure out their lanes and roles. But this team has the lineup where if you walk Judge, they can make you pay, whether it's Belly or Stanton or Jazz coming up. They have the guys where if Judge is just Judge, if he's just average Judge, regular season Judge in the postseason, that is what could propel them through a wild card, a DS, a CS, and back to the World Series. I know it sounds far-fetched. Hope Week continues. But why not? Why can't this be the year that Judge has his best postseason? They're going to have to pitch to him at some point. And if they don't, we finally have multiple guys coming up. The next 3 guys coming up in the lineup, like they're going to make you pay. Something to think about. 888-808-1019. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey, back on the Fan. What's up, Los?
Hey, what's up, Keith? I'm sorry. Hey, I got just 2 quick points. First, on the Giants, I don't want to hear anybody mention anything about the offense. We put up 37 points. That should have been enough for us to win. I mean, everybody was getting the ball. Theo Johnson.
The penalties and a decision to go for it and not take the points. People can. There was a pick. There was a pick in overtime. They lose together, but go on. No, you're right. 37 points got to win you a damn game in the NFL. 37 points for a Giants team that kicks field goals.
Right. It was like I'm over here in the house and I'm going crazy. But hear me out. We got these thoroughbreds on defense. I think the defensive coordinator got to go. They need to get somebody better. I mean, especially that last drive. All right, you know that Dallas has the kicker. The guy can kick over 60 yards easy in his sleep. We got to go all or nothing.
Yeah, I'm going for the sack. I'm going for the loss of yardage. I'm going to try and take yards away, push you back.
How are we in prevent defense? I don't understand. And then on the Yankee point, I mean, I felt after the Giants game, I said, you know what, tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. And then after that, I said, you know what, the Giants lost. I got my Yankees. They went through the gauntlet. Then after this loss tonight, it felt like it was for naught. Like we're back to square one. We're back to those Yankees from before.
Thanks for the call, Carlos. Yeah, it's tricky, right? That's why I didn't call it a gauntlet. I wasn't hyping it up. I wasn't gassing it like, if they survive this gauntlet, if they come out clean, if you go to my Twitter, if you follow me online, right, there was a tweet from Max Goodman where he asked what the Yankees' record would be. I nailed it. Max Goodman said, what record do you think the Yankees will have over these next 12 games against the Astros, Blue Jays, Tigers, and Red Sox? I said they need 8 wins because I was thinking about winning all 4 series. I said they need 8 wins, so they'll probably get 7. They'll come up just 1 short, a day late and a dollar short, right? And that's why I said the Yankees' final exam, they passed the exam, but I was looking for a grade of 8 out of 12, not 7 out of 12. But I'll take it. I'll take it because of the message that it sent. Okay, now we are beating good teams late in the year. We have evolved some. Volpe is not the starting shortstop. He probably will be today when the lineup comes out. Max Fried is back. Just think about that alone with this team evolving. There was 10 starts for Max Fried where I was like, yo, if this is the version of Max Fried we're getting, pack it up. Max Fried is back. Devin Williams is not the closer. David Bednar is the closer. You know, there is no DJ LeMahieu. Jazz is playing the right position. In the outfield, Judge is half back. Better than not being back, you know. Stanton and Judge are in the lineup consistently together, not one or the other. Dominguez barely sees the field. This team has evolved some with their approach as well. Last week I was calling out Buck Martinez, who I bet Buck, tonight and the rest of this week as the Toronto Blue Jays push towards the division. I heard him on with Evan and Tiki talk about it. I like where we're at because he knows, everybody knows, the Blue Jays would have to completely collapse. They would have to lose 6 games in a row where I don't see that. They have Tampa, Boston, I think Tampa again to lose this division. They're in a great spot as far as the standings go to be the AL East champions, and they dominated the Yankees. But Buck Martinez came out of his mouth to say that the Yankees aren't a good team, and if they don't hit home runs, they don't win. And I saw a different-looking Yankees team from that point on, right? That was after they imploded the second game against Detroit. I was there. Buck Martinez said what he had to say. The next day, the Yankees come out and they score without just home runs. And they did the same thing against Boston in 2 games. They went 3 days not just relying on the homer. I felt like it was bulletin board material, and they were basically answering Buck Martinez. But I don't know. They could only score with the home run last night. And then or 2 nights ago, and then they were shut out tonight, probably swinging for the fences in Target Field. And the Jekyll and Hyde of this team is like, when the 2 games that they won in Boston, the bullpen was solid, starting pitching was solid, bullpen was solid, and they manufactured runs, right? They didn't beat them with double-digit runs. They beat them with 4 runs and 5 runs. And they put the ball into play. They ran on them. They put pressure on the defense, made them make mistakes. Like, that's how they have to play. That has to be their identity. Of course, they're going to hit some home runs. Judge, Jazz. But, man, put the ball into play. Get guys on. Take your walks. Steal your bases. And have that come out of your tool bag as well. 888-808-1019. We're talking about the Giants. We're talking about the Yankees. When I come back, I'll say a little bit more about the Jets. But it's like with the Jets, man, once Fields went out and they were down so quickly, and Josh Allen is a beast, and so is James Cook. And, like, I'm not making excuses for the Jets. There's no excuse to make. Like, to me, like I said, the Jets, as I'm watching that Jets game, I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting flashbacks. It doesn't matter if it's Aaron Glenn. It doesn't matter if Justin Fields is a quarterback. I've seen this Jets game. I've seen them play like this so many different times. It was too familiar. 888-808-1019. We'll keep the conversation going. Call up and be a part of it. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back.
Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Come out to Yankee Stadium to see the New York Yankees in action on Tuesday, September 23rd, when the Yankees host the Chicago White Sox. Don't miss a long-time Yankee Stadium tradition. Yankees Cap Night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees cap, courtesy of Canon. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and White Sox on Yankees Cap Night, Tuesday, September 23rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I can still remember my very first paycheck. It felt great, but waiting for it, brutal. With Cash App Direct Deposit, you can actually get paid up to 2 days earlier than some banks. That means your money is in your hands faster when you actually need it. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10, send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and get $10 instantly. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour, coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Just like Mets fans versus Yankees fans nonstop. There's obviously not as many people in the chat at night versus during the day. Like, I pop in usually when BT and Sal are on, there's like 10 times as many people. Like right now we have 77. I think during the day there's like 770. But appreciate y'all. I call the nighttime the night watch, because they're up at night watching, and some people stay in the chat. Like, I'll leave, I'll go home and be listening to Big Mac show, and some of the same people will still be in the chat. So we appreciate you taking in the show that way. I said I was going to talk a little bit more about the Jets, and of course we're talking about the Giants and the Yankees. We'll get back to that, but I'll say this about the Jets. Like, every year we do this. We take week one and we take that one game sample size and we apply it to week two, and it's the wrong way to think about things. I think I told you, I was like, there's a team that's going to be a lock to win in week two that won in week one, and they're going to lose, and it's going to be like, oh wait, I thought that. And it's a different week. It's the NFL. It's a different week, like different matchups. Teams are different. Like, I don't know how to explain it besides the Jets, who took a moral victory the first week, and it's clear they took the moral victory. Like, how did we come out saying that Aaron Glenn had these guys ready to play week one, to week two saying, Aaron Glenn didn't have these guys ready to play. Like, why? Why were they ready to go against Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers week 1, but not ready to go against their division rival and the reigning MVP in week 2? Justin Fields, masterful. His command of the offense, making throws, checking plays, being able to put up 32 points. Week 2, a mess. Can't hit the simple throws. Can't hold on to the football. Gets knocked out of the game. Not a good look. The defense. There's some guys on this Jets defense that are going to start getting fingers pointed at them. Michael Clemens is the main one right now. And that's because in week 1, Xavier Gibson from Stephen F. Austin, an undrafted return specialist. That's it. That's all he is. He's expendable. So for all of the preachy things that Aaron Glenn had to say, he was the perfect sacrificial lamb for if you put the ball on the ground or you cost this team, you won't be playing for this team. You can cut him, yeah. And you can get another random return specialist in here that just catches kicks and punts and he won't be missed. But maybe he was missed in that locker room. I did hear Justin Fields say, Zay was my guy, and maybe he had some relationship. Maybe it did hurt the locker room. And are you going to do it again this week? No, you can't get into the habit of chopping players week by week. That can't be the punishment. That can't be the culture. But Michael Clemens is a guy. Remember Michael Clemens showing up with like what did he have? Like a baseball bat and like some weird shoulder pads. Were they like spiked shoulder pads? And do you remember last year, this guy showed up to Buffalo, and he got into some beef. I think he had beef with Deion Dawkins or the Buffalo Bills, where he was like trying to fight them in the tunnel. So like, you got to know some of that. This guy gets back on the field against the Buffalo Bills. He's thinking about some get back. He can't contain himself. I do remember hearing Aaron Glenn talk about, Michael Clemens is the build. He has the build you want for a football player. Like, he's got a football player physique. And yeah, you can have the body, but you got to have the mind. This guy does not have the mind out there. How many times have you seen him commit stupid penalties or do things like that cost the team? 888-808-1019. Brandon Stevens is another one that I'm looking at, and I'm just like, this guy got signed, and Ravens fans celebrated his departure. And early on this season, I'm like, he's a liability. But also, they signed Sauce Gardner to a big deal, and Sauce Gardner was a liability in week 2. So I don't know what to tell the Jets fans. The moral victory felt like a step forward, but it was fake. It was nothing. You lost the game, and they couldn't duplicate it in week 2. We actually were thinking that they could contend with the Buffalo Bills. Here, other places I heard a lot of people talking about, that spread, that 6.5 spread, that's a lot for the Buffalo Bills. No, it's not. People talked about the Buffalo Bills having some type of hangover from Sunday Night Football, right? Coming back from down 40-25 against the Ravens. You don't have a hangover from that. That carries you into the next week. You came back and beat a playoff team with their own MVP. You can go and beat the Jets with Justin Fields. And they very much did so. The game was over. I mean, Mitchell Trubisky comes in the game after Clemens hits Josh Allen in the nose, messes up his nose. Mitchell Trubisky comes in, throws a dime. I'm like, oh, man, it's too easy. And Sauce was in coverage on that. So, yeah, that's a tough one, man. They get a garbage time touchdown. Congratulations to local legend and his pops, Jeremy Ruckert. But I know it sent Jets fans spiraling because now you're 0-2. Same thing with the Giants. And if you look at who's coming up, both teams have to play 2 playoff teams with established quarterbacks, coaches, and cohesive units. One, the Giants have to face the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football for the world to see, and they haven't won a game since the AFC Championship. They've lost to the Eagles twice since the Super Bowl. They lost in Brazil to the Chargers. You think they're not trying to come to Jersey and get right against the Giants? Of course they are. And then the Jets got to go down there to Raymond James Stadium to play against the Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield is going to find a way. Better strap your helmets up, be ready to make some tackles. Better strap your helmets up, be ready to cover some guys. And talking about strapping a helmet up, is Justin Fields going to clear concussion protocol? Or are they going to go with Tyrod Taylor? 888-808-1019. Back to the Yankee fans. Gary and Waterbury back on the fan. What's up, G-Makes?
I smash teeth, F your beef, no relief, I step on stage.
The girls scream like I'm Keith.
You know they do. And it's definitely an embarrassing loss. The Yanks, they cannot take a 7-zip smackdown.
Oh, they did,
your
though.
number 2.
They did.
Oh, yeah. Well, your number
back
2
to their
starter
hotels
on the
to
mound.
rest up. They were tired because Sunday Night Baseball, it's not fair. Major League Baseball schedules these games and travel, and they didn't get enough rest.
But Rodon still got to come through in that spot. He still got to come through.
He did.
Yeah.
They let him down. Caballero and Jazz have to turn that double play. And like the solo shot, I don't care about a solo shot. 2 runs, like I said, it was eerily similar to last week against the Tigers. Your starter gives up 2 runs. That shouldn't kill you. Where's the offense at?
Yeah, but they're not consistent enough this year. They're not
correct.
Consistent enough this year.
This is the roller coaster. They are changing and evolving, and this isn't their final form yet, but I hope they get to a final form where we can trust the bullpen and this lineup can produce. And we know in October they're going to have rest. They're not going to travel unless there's a rain delay or unless there's a rain out like we saw in 2022 where they had to go right to Houston and play after beating the Guardians.
Judge has to be at first base next year.
No.
Judge has to go to first.
No,
I've said
we'll
that.
See.
You know, I said that so many times.
Okay, Ben Rice is going to be. Ben Rice is going to be strictly a catcher. Ben Rice is going to catch only, or spell judges.
Well,
I think they got to work on Ben Rice at first base all offseason.
No, Judge has to go to first. He's already going to get too injured.
I hope his arm is okay after a whole offseason of resting to come back and throw. His legs are fine. We signed Judge for 9 years, $40 million a year. Also a bargain, as I mentioned, Juan Soto and him leaving. When he left, you certainly saw the value in that Judge contract. I'm not turning Judge into a first baseman just yet. He's 33. He'll be 34 next year.
Well, whatever. They probably should. And as soon as Neighbors scored that touchdown, don't think I didn't bet on Dallas. I took Dallas live. I knew they were going to win.
Yeah, you knew. Too much time on the clock.
I knew they were going to win. I knew they were going to win.
I didn't. Thanks for the call, Gary. I immediately tweeted out, and people thought it was some type of jinx. People really think I'm a Dallas fan. I'm not. I'm off that completely. But I tweeted out a Jerry Jones clown gif because my immediate thought was, no good will come your way, Jerry Jones. You needed Micah Parsons today. I said, no good will come your way, Jerry Jones, 0-2. And I got 16 replies, and I didn't read them all, but a couple of them were like, this tweet didn't age well. I'm like, here comes the age tweet police. Let's go to Clifton again. Jimmy's on the fan. What's up, Jimmy? You got us?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Very nice. The Giants, they did good. They played well. At the end of the day, they lost. We need wins. We're not going to get anywhere with losses.
Yeah, so it's like you said they played well, they played good.
They did play well, but we got to make the wins.
Yeah, you got to close that out. So that's a terrible loss. I think you can handle a Commanders loss where you're just like, these guys can't get anything going versus a loss that you lose in overtime, you lose in the last seconds, and you had it when your offense produced, you scored touchdown. Like, that's a game that they got to win. I'm firing somebody after that.
Yeah, for sure. We got to be clutch.
Yeah, they got to know how to win. But you know what? They've done so much losing, they don't know how to close out games. They don't know what defense to call. They don't know what plays to call to end the game. They haven't won enough.
We need to make the playoffs this year. We need wins.
The playoffs? Jimmy, gotta let you go. Week 2, after a game that should have been your first win against the Dallas Cowboys, who, again, let's go week 1 to week 2. Week 1, wow, look at the Dallas Cowboys. Javonte Williams, 2 touchdowns. Oh, the Cowboys would have won that game if CeeDee Lamb catches one of those 4 drops. Dak Prescott, amazing. Again, Dak is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. If you watch some of the throws that he makes, and that's why I was giving the Giants credit. In the beginning of the game, the first quarter was 170 yards to 9. How do you lose that game? You go out of your way to lose that game. It's just, I don't know. How do you lose the game when the Cowboys had 10 points? You let the Cowboys put up 30 in the second half? Nah, bro. Like somebody's got to get chipped off that. Somebody's got to get knocked out of the locker room off that. That's somebody's fault, man. I would be mad as hell if I'm on the Giants. There's some players that are looking at some other players on, like James Hudson. As I say, he should have got beat. They should have jumped him on the sideline. Like, you're out. Marcus Bowe is in. You're costing us, bro. You're costing us. You're not playing right. Also, the run game, though. I thought that was going to be a recipe, right? When I look at time of possession, the Cowboys had the ball for 5 more minutes than the Giants. But I thought the recipe was going to be defense. And then once you do get a lead, once you are up, running the ball, getting first downs, killing the clock some. But they kept going to the air, And now there's a shift in that running back room. I told y'all Cam Scatterbull was here. I told y'all I was here at WFAN watching him versus Texas. And I'm like, whoever drafts this kid, like, he's like that, bro. He's a bowling ball. He wants smoke with whoever's trying to tackle him. One guy is not tackling him. And I love the Jackson Dart package because the Jackson Dart package, it wasn't for Jackson Dart. He was a decoy for Cam Scatterbull. So they had some things going. And to lose that game and not close that out and not bring that home it's unforgivable. It's unforgivable. It's one that is going to stick with you as, you know, Jimmy's talking about playoffs. This team's not making the playoffs, but it's going to stick with you when this part of, like, when the tougher part of the season gets here. Because, like, this team, they're not beating the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes is not going to take an L to the Giants. It's just not going to happen. They're not about to go. They've never been 0-2. Like, they're not about to go 0-3. Like, I think Patrick Mahomes on Sunday Night Football will die out there before he takes an L to the Giants. And then you got to face the Chargers, who right now, the Chargers are up 20-9 with 2 minutes and 42 seconds left on Monday Night Football against the Raiders. And, like, not for nothing, year 2 of Harbaugh, it's starting to really take. Like, I was talking about Quentin Johnson, he's a different guy. Justin Herbert, this offensive line, Keenan Allen back with them, Ladd McConkey. I don't think they're beating the Chargers. Maybe you can play the game of, like, West Coast coming all the way to the East Coast, a 1 o'clock game, but I just think the Chargers have a hell of an offensive line, and they got a solid defense too. I don't see them beating the Chargers. The one win that I see the Giants potentially getting here in the next few weeks is the Saints. And then the schedule gets really hard, going Eagles 4 days after you play the Saints. After 4 days after you get your first win, you got to host the Eagles. And I don't know, we can't guarantee. It's the NFL. Any given Sunday, I can't guarantee you go down there to New Orleans and beat the Saints either. But that schedule gets really tough. At least we don't have to do the start dart stuff anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, Russ came out and he balled. Like I said, he was hooping. He was dropping the ball in the bucket. He was moving the ball. He was finding open receivers. He was doing what he was supposed to do this week. He looked completely different than he looked against the Commanders. So I think that quiets the Dart folks, because I don't think Dart is going in there doing any better than that man did. I don't think he's doing better than him, period. Not any better. I don't think he could have a better performance than Russ just had. I still think they should give you the different look, running the zone read, running the read option with Jackson Dart, and they got to run the ball more. I don't know if there's something up with Tyrone Tracy. I saw Brian Dable was asked a question about, like, you know, did Tracy have limited touches because he questioned the play calling, or he said something prior about the play calling? I don't think it was that, man. But, like, with Singletary, Tracy, Scatterbull, got to figure out how to run the ball better. And not with Russell Wilson running the ball. Running the ball can be a weapon for you. If you go back to 2022, how did they win those games to go on and get to the actual playoffs, Jimmy? They had a defense that could keep it close. And then late in the game, they would just give it to Saquon. Run the clock out, get us a first down, get us a touchdown. You know, we keep the ball, and the clock works against the other team. Bob is out in L.A. on the Fan in New York before we get to the break. Bob, you're on.
Hey, Keith, I want to talk about how poorly run the Giants have been for the last, 10, 12 years. But before I do, I want to make a quick point about the automated strikes and balls that hopefully are going to come in the next year or two.
Yeah, it has to. I would like it to be next month in October because they're going to need it in the postseason.
Yeah.
Go on.
Do you ever watch tennis by chance?
No,
TV?
but I know they have the, what is it, like Hawkeye or Hawk Vision or something like that for
this is the first year we're in Wimbledon and U.S. Open. There are no line judges. It's just the
technology.
Cameras,
Get it right.
Technology. Yeah. And what's cool about it, they get it right. I mean, forget about it. I mean, you're talking microns. But more than that, it's like it takes all the pressure off. The players don't argue. And then they even have like a cool graphic where they show you the ball. Like it could actually enhance the experience of viewing it at home in addition to getting it right. So I hope they do it. I don't know why they wouldn't do it, but for TV, it actually enhances the experience, I find.
Yeah, I think it will enhance Major League Baseball too. I saw it in spring training. I saw it a couple years ago at the All-Star game, and it adds suspense. People are waiting to see what happens there, and you can't use too many of the challenges. Whatever they got to bring it sooner rather than later because these umpires are all over the place every night.
We might need one more playoffs with everyone being completely aghast by blown. I mean, it might take one more.
Oh, it's coming up.
Postseason.
Yep. This is going to be the postseason that someone loses a game that decides a series, and it's going to be with a blown call behind the plate, and that'll be the one that is marked as the one that changed it to like, okay, next year, automatic balls and strike system is available across the league.
Hope it's against the Mets.
The Mets got to make it to the postseason.
But I do feel like you're a Mets fan. It's like the final insult. They're the last guys to actually get the 70-year-old man with bad eyes ending their season. But I want to talk about the Giants. I feel like there's some things. First off, I realize being on hold, the Giants are so lucky they're in town with the Jets because the truth is they have made so many bad decisions, from bad hires to bad fires to letting Saquon go, whatever you want to say, they weren't there. You keep Wink Martindale on that defense. You have Daniel Jones, who's, Pro Bowler right now with decent coaching.
2-0. They're going to win that division, and he's going to go to the playoffs with the Colts. I don't care. I'm saying it now.
It's true. So the Giants have made 3 or 4 massive bad decisions, and we're in the wilderness, as Mike Francesa said, when Eli would be done. And we didn't have to be, is the problem. Saquon, Wink Martindale defense, Daniel Jones, and a good coach, and, a decent GM. The Giants did this to themselves, and it's a bummer. When were the Yankees kind of trash? Was it the mid-'80s, mid-'70s? Wasn't there a moment where they really sort of were not the Yankees that I grew up with?
Late 80s, early 90s.
And what turned, I guess, again, talent, manager, good decisions. Yeah, there you go. So I just feel like the Giants are in a downward spiral, and I don't know what's going to get us out of it because, we're never going to be bad enough to pick first, and these quarterbacks don't grow on trees.
Thanks for the call, Bob. I'll lean more into that as far as like being in the wilderness, how you got there, decisions that were made with the Giants, and even with the Yankees, as the Yankees have another winning season under their belt. They've got like 33 seasons in a row having a winning record, which like to us as Yankee fans, we don't accept, but it is remarkable in modern day sports. 888-808-1019. I've got 1 hour left. Call up. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
For the Cowboys to give up that many points and that many yards to a Giants offense, I understand it's different. It's Russell Wilson, and he's got a history, and he's a Hall of Famer and all that stuff. But still, this Giants offense hasn't produced a damn thing for years, regardless who's been back there.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Hey, it's Boomer
and Gio.
Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits, they stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations. WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Yankees no answers for Simeon Woods Richardson. He fired 6 innings, a 2-hit ball with 11 Ks. Bomber struck out 14 times in all as the Twins suffocated him 7-0. Austin Martin knocked in 4 as Minnesota took complete control with a 5-run 7th, getting all 5 off Luke Weaver, who recorded just 1 out. So after the 12-game gauntlet, was there a letdown facing these hapless Twins?
Not on purpose, that's for sure. It's a game of baseball, and it'll humble you real quick, but we got to get back to it tomorrow.
Ryan McMahon, who was 0 for 3, couple of Ks. Blue Jays won, so the Yankees now 5 back in the division, 1 up on the Red Sox for the top wild card. Mets off, lead the Diamondbacks by a game and a half, 2 on the Reds and Giants for that final wild card. Still too early to know the status for Justin Fields as he remains in concussion protocol, but Aaron Glenn made it clear he'll need to have some practice time before being thrust into the game on Sunday.
It's hard for me as a coach once we get to Friday and you haven't had any reps. And that's just something that I believe in. So, again, I don't want to put anything on that as far as where we're at with him until we get to that point.
Monday Night Football, Chargers bounced the Raiders 20-9 behind a couple of touchdown passes from Justin Herbert, while Geno Smith was picked off 3 times. And the Bucs rallied by the Texans 20-19, got a Rashad White 2-yard touchdown run with just 6 seconds remaining. 68 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah, hell yeah. I got 1 hour left, not even. Like 48 minutes. Keep McPherson on the Fan, another KM to AM. If you're just joining us before the break, I was talking to Bob in LA about how did the Giants get here? And it seems like they're in a dark age of Giants football. There used to be a saying, back in the day, like, I forget what quarterback it was, and he said his dad would say something like, well, at least you're not playing against the New York Giants. Like, the New York Giants were regarded as one of the top teams. The New York football Giants were prestigious and just had a standard of excellence and won Super Bowls in every decade. And here we are now. How did they get here? Well, I mean, there's a few ways. And like, if you try to parlay it with the Yankees and say, I think I said, Gene Stick Michael and then, Bob Watson. And, what did they do? They drafted and developed players. Right? When the Yankees, and I wasn't alive for it, I didn't live it, but I've heard about it and I've watched. When the Yankees didn't have people in the building in the late 80s, early 90s, and they were struggling, they didn't have the homegrown core four, the talent, in their building that way. You could go out and add Dave Winfield, Ricky Henderson to Donnie Baseball, but like you need a lot of those guys. In any organization, you need a lot of those guys because you can't just buy the whole team, even though George Steinbrenner was down for that. And with the Giants, like when you think about what they've done here, their first year on the job, Shane and Dable get to the playoffs, and that was fool's gold if you ever seen it. You know why? Because they inherited Dave Gettleman's picks, and they did enough with those guys when nobody was looking at them to do anything. They were able to sneak up on some teams. They were able to keep those games close. They were able to beat some good teams, ultimately get to the playoffs, sneak up on another team in their building, beat them. And then, slowly but surely, Joe Shane and Brian Dable, who came from Buffalo, and Buffalo was regarded as a team that turned it around and got good by drafting and developing their own players. And the marquee guy was Josh Allen. They found Josh Allen. Joe Shane was a part of the team, the group that found Josh Allen out of Wyoming, and then Brian Daboll turned him into Josh Allen. All that is nonsense. And I'm glad that has started to leave the conversation because it's been so many years. This is year 4. And what I've seen Joe Shane and Brian Daboll come in and do is say, we know better than what was going on prior to us. We're going to build our own way. We're going to draft our own players and then give us a few years. Now we're in it. The Giants are a young team. This is the team that they drafted. These are the free agents that they signed. These are the guys that they wanted. And they still can't win with them. And there are still guys that they use draft picks on that aren't playing. Evan Neal, Jalen Hyatt. I mean, even Deonte Banks, who they took, is an adventure. And I think they took him for Wink Martindale and some type of idea that Wink Martindale had for him. But yeah, man, when I look at this Giants team, Shane and Daboll have John Mara hostage. Shane and Daboll have come in, and since they fired Gettleman, and they fired Ben McAdoo, and they fired Pat Shurmur, and they fired Joe Judge, that revolving door, John Mara said, that's not working. The next guys I go with, I got to go with. They have 5-year contracts. We got to see it out. And in the first year of that 5-year contract, they had success. That may have set the franchise back 10 more years. Just that decision alone. Because, these guys, man, they don't have it, bro. They don't have it. In this NFL, the schedule is unkind. I just watched the Chargers win this game, and I'm looking at Twitter, and they're talking about the Chargers defense. The Chargers defense averaged the Raiders offense averaged 3.4 yards against the Chargers defense. That's the fourth lowest of any offense in a game this season. They held them to 9 points. The Chargers defense against the Raiders, 15 passes defended, 6 tackles for loss, 3 takeaways, no touchdowns. So you mean to tell me that in 2 weeks, the Giants are going to be ready to score points against the Chargers? Maybe because the NFL is crazy. But they've got the Chiefs, and then they've got the Chargers. The Chargers already beat the Chiefs. They could easily end up 0-4 here before they go down to New Orleans to face the Saints. 888-808-1019. Now, the Jets, on the other hand, I think the Jets are in a similar situation where, they're not winning these games. That first game was the game you had to win. Isn't it funny, right? And I took a call tonight about how the Jets shield the Giants. If the Giants were the only team in town, they'd be cooked. It would be even louder. You thought they were flying planes over the stadium last year. It'd be going on now. But the Jets have to face the Buccaneers down in Tampa, and then the next week they got to fly right back down to Florida to face the Dolphins. The Dolphins got a big win against the Patriots, and who knows? I can't call it. It's a Monday night game against the Dolphins, a division game. That's a game the Jets got to win, but they can present problems for the Jets too. So, we could be looking at New York football once again over before it begins. 0-4. 2 0-4 teams. And if you go 0-4, you're not making the playoffs, so we won't be taking any calls about that. Dave is in Pomona on the Fan. What's up, Dave? You got it.
Oh, man, same old Jets. What can I say? Oh, boy.
They fooled me. They fooled me that first week.
Yeah, but 60 points already in the first 2 games?
And Aaron Glenn is a defensive-minded defensive coordinator who they got from the Lions' vaunted defense, right?
Oh, my goodness. That's all I am. By the way, my heartfelt condolences to the New York Ranger family on the passing of Eddie Giacomo. I just want to get that out. So he'll be missed, Eddie Giacomo.
Yes, sir. The Rangers goalie. I think I just saw that actually on SNY. Yes.
Yeah. So just make sure you have that on your next update, okay? And as for the Jets, sayonara, guys. See you next year. Take care, buddy.
Thanks for the call, Dave. Yeah, you can't. And I wanted to believe Aaron Glenn. He's got to come out of this and do something against former Jets head coach Todd Bowles, who has gone on to find much greener pastures down there in Tampa Bay. Great place to live, great place to be. Like I said, they're my top 4. Like, I go there every year for spring training. And if I get so fortunate to make enough money to buy a house down in Florida, it would probably be within 30 minutes of George M. Steinbrenner Field. I'm about to be a Bucks fan. I'm about to just go down there and root for the Yankees and the Bucks. Not the Lightning, though. Devils got me. I'm a Devils fan forever. That's locked in. And, yes, condolences to all the Rangers fans. And the passing of the Rangers goalie. I think he died at 86? Eddie Giacomin. I just saw that on SNY. Obviously before my time, and I definitely was not watching the Rangers. I wasn't even watching the Rangers in high school, in college. Back to the phones we go, talking about the Yankees. Here's something for the Yankee fans, right? Luke Weaver struggling. Devin Williams is an adventure. I'm sure we've had this conversation. If somebody else has had it, any thought of moving Cam Schlittler into the bullpen in the postseason and Luis Heel getting that third game start if need be, right? You figure it's going to go Fried, Rodon, and then a lot of talk was about how Cam Schlittler looks like, he's the best guy. He's got the best stuff. He's the best pitcher. Well, he's a rookie. And I was talking last week about how he's dodged the Red Sox. I don't think they're going to give him a start against the Red Sox. I just think it's too much for the kid. I think that he could be a weapon out of the bullpen, though. I think it's something they got to consider. If Luke Weaver can't get it together, if Cam Schlittler can handle it, and he seems to have that confidence, that moxie about him, that way about him, like baseball's not too big for him, maybe you could have him coming out of the bullpen throwing gas, because between Weaver and Doval, can't trust him. Let's go to Chesky in Queens on the Fan next. What's up, man? You got it.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, I don't think it's maybe. I think it's a no-brainer. They got to do that.
Kind of has to happen.
I don't remember the bullpen being this bad. I can't remember. I'm 53 in many, many years. Now, I know it probably didn't make a difference in who won and lost the game, but is Aaron Boone just brain dead? I mean, I'm watching Luke Weaver pitch. He gives up a double to their first 2 guys. They bunt the guy over. The next guy, he can't find the plate. He walks the number 9 hitter. What's he do? At that point, he should have taken him out. Let alone, he didn't even take him out then. He took him out after the next guy still didn't take him out. What is he looking? My dead grandmother knew that he had nothing. What was he watching?
He doesn't care.
I don't understand. What was he watching?
I don't know. We're all watching the car crash. He's the guy that can grab the wheel. He's sitting in the passenger seat letting the car crash on the highway. He does it a lot.
It's like, it's like basically, it's basically like you're taking out the animals after what's it called? Once the barn is open, then once the animals are out, you're closing the barn. After he gets a 3-run double, he takes him out. By then the game's over. He could have put me in at that point.
And I think with the way that these guys were performing at the plate, he knew they were cooked. Thanks for the call, Chesky. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen Aaron Boone do that. I've screamed 2 walks for me. We need a mound visit. We got to stop. You have to affect the game. I'm tired of saying the same things. He gives up 2 doubles. You guys watch the game. It doesn't matter, bro. Like it's the Minnesota Twins on September 15th. And our closer from last year, who I literally was in Yankee Stadium this year against the first place Blue Jays when Devin Williams hadn't recorded an out yet. Fans were chanting, "We want Weaver. We want Weaver." I took calls on this very station where fans said, "We don't need Devin Williams. We got Luke Weaver." Oh, what a winding road we go on every baseball season with 162 games. Can't call it. Can't predict baseball. That's baseball, Susan. We do not have Luke Weaver. Anybody care about these guys' entrances? You guys make a lot about, like, the beard policy or the music being played in the stadium or even there being a patch over the pinstripes and all these other things with the Yankees. Luke Weaver has a full-on Star Wars graphic entrance, and then his music plays, and then as he gets outs, Darth Vader breathing plays. Do we need all that? Camilo Duvall's another one. He gets here, and they bring his closer entrance music from San Francisco. Does he deserve that before he earns any of that? I don't know. It's just where we are in baseball. It's part of baseball. It's like these guys come out of the bullpen like they're coming down the ramp in WWE. Got to have entrance songs. Like, I know the Met fans feel that with Ryan Helsley. Like, do we have to give this guy Hell's Bells? It's fitting, though. It's fitting when Ryan Helsley goes out there. 888-808-1019. I don't know. I'm just thinking about this Yankees bullpen. And I also don't think that will be the death of the Yankees in the postseason. The postseason is a different beast, right? Those hitters are going to grab the bat a little tighter in the postseason too. It's not going to be the Minnesota Twins swinging away because they got nothing to play for. You know, there's going to be a lot more pressure on guys. A guy like Luke Weaver might just have a adrenaline rush and answer the call in the postseason because, like, you know, coming out there today, 20,000 fans, Target Field, Minnesota, versus playing, you know, the Red Sox Sunday Night Baseball. It's, you know, it is different. And I talked last week about how we have all of these closers, right? We have 4 closers. Camilo Duvall, Weaver, Devin Williams, Bednar. All of those guys have saves in this season and last season, right? And there is a certain mentality to being the closer, going out there and getting the last 3 outs, and like then you got to change that mentality. Like Camilo Duvall can't get right at all. You can't pitch him clean inning, runners on. I don't know why they always want him to come in and try and clean up and like mop up. Nah, he's not mopping up. He's spilling more milk on the ground. I don't know. These are things that they got to sort out. The Yankees are smarter than me. Harkey in the bullpen, Matt Blake, Aaron Boone. They got to find the right lanes for these guys. If Cam Schlittler's going to the bullpen, so be it. But we gotta be able to, you know, deploy these guys effectively against these bum-ass teams. Like, this is supposed to be a soft spot. This is supposed to be where, like, we establish some type of confidence. Like, I really thought Luke Weaver was going to go in tonight and hold it down, and he completely did not have it. He ends up getting 1 out, giving up 3 hits, and 5 runs, 2 walks. But, yeah, what I also feel like is it's always the bats going cold. It's not the bullpen that implodes. It's the bats going cold. The starting pitching is usually there for the Yankees. They can't hit. The bullpen usually makes, you know, big outs. It could be Clay Holmes coming out of the bullpen. They get the outs. It could be Tommy Kahnle. It could be Tim Hill. You know what I'm saying? They find a way to get those outs, but then the Yankees will strike out a bunch of times and not find a way to manufacture runs. Will this year be different? Remington in Manhattan on the Fan next. How you doing, Rem?
I'm doing well, Keith. A couple of things, actually. Regarding Dreamweaver, and now it's become
Nightmare.
Leave it to Weaver. Leave it to Weaver, maybe.
Yeah, leave it to Weaver to blow the game. Yeah,
that's right. And Worthy Williams is what? Worthless Williams? I'd rather see the Worthy Williams. But anyway, the topic of conversation is ABS. Once it's implemented, can you imagine how many hitters counts Mr. Judge will be in? I mean, I was just looking. I did a little research since I've been on the rate hold. Since 2017, Keith, Mr. Judge has had 781 balls called as strikes against him. Did you know that? Now, as you know, you were a baseball player. A count of 2-1 is a lot better than the other way.
Of course.
And imagine how many walks. I think his on-base percentage is about 450.
Yeah.
But he'd probably have about 200 walks. And how many more home runs, Keith, would he have?
Who knows? He'd be even better. And I felt like maybe they sent out a memo because I feel like this year he wasn't having so many of those low strike calls where the ball is going past his shoelaces and they don't adjust. I felt like there was a memo set out. But, yeah, that's definitely going to help him. And Judge is the type, he doesn't argue calls. He doesn't argue with umpires at all. He's been ejected 1 time. But, yeah, he definitely needs it because the automatic balls and strike system adjusts for your height. Like, it would be an advantage for him to be able to challenge.
And the crazy thing, Keith, he has, I think, twice as many calls against him than the next guy.
Sure, and he's still the best, and he's still the MVP.
He shines, man. And, my question to the screener, when I forgive me for not saying it. As far as MVP, in your opinion, I know you're a Judge guy. You're very biased, obviously, as I am. Is the MVP this year in your mind?
Is it on my mind? Yeah, Judge should win the MVP.
No. I think so, too, just based on his OPS and everything else. Cal's great, but, he's no Judge.
He's not Judge. He plays for the Seattle Mariners. He's not Judge. Like, he's come out of nowhere this year, and he deserves respect. And I, like I said, I heard them on MLB Network this morning and this night talking about Cal Raleigh. It's almost like they're trying to build the case. Like, okay, it's one thing for him to be in the conversation, but like statistically, he's got Judge in 2 categories: home runs and RBI. Judge has him pretty much everywhere else, and Judge is doing this for the New York Yankees. I don't know. I think it's Judge, and I get it. He plays. He's a catcher, and it's a grueling position. He's got to call the game. He's got to squat down. He's got to, he hits from both sides. Great season. I think he's on pace to break Ken Griffey Jr.'s single season record out there in Seattle. But I think if we're talking about most valuable player, Judge is a more valuable player.
Oh, absolutely.
Better player.
I think so too. I think so.
Judge missed a month. Judge missed a month and is still better. Like.
Yeah, I believe that too. And as far as Ohtani, he's absolutely the MVP in the National League.
Yeah, no argument there. No argument. It's Ohtani's winning MVP until he's done. If he continues to do what he does, he won it last year doing the 50-50 without pitching. But if he continues to step on that mound while hitting and being one of the best hitters in the league, there's no second. Like, there's no one to even challenge. I know they tried to push Juan Soto into that conversation.
The greatest player who ever lived is Mr. Ohtani. There's no one. I mean, Babe Ruth, please stop it. It's silly. It's a silly argument.
Yeah, he's a unicorn. I don't like him too much, but I can't disrespect him. He's a unicorn. Kyle Schwarber's having a great year, a prove-it year, earn some money for himself year, but it's Ohtani. No one's beating Ohtani because of what his skill set is. There's no one else in the league that does what he does. Like,
he doesn't have a weakness. Where's his weakness? There's no weakness.
He has a gambling addiction. Thanks for the call, Rem. 888-808-1019. I just make that joke. He probably has. He's probably cured that gambling addiction at this point. Got a little shaky for him. But yeah, looking at the AL MVP favorites. When was this article updated? September 15th, yesterday morning. Aaron Judge is minus 1,000. Cal Raleigh is plus 500. Tarek Skubal is 100-1. Bo Bichette is 200-1. It's Judge. And then in the National League, Ohtani is minus 25,000. It's Ohtani. He pitches and he hits. Soto is 30-1, and Soto makes more than him. But like, We've done that conversation before. Ohtani is a unicorn. He is global. He is something that we never thought we would actually see. And his prowess at the plate mixed with being able to go step on the mound is insane. Like Ohtani's about to have 50 homers, bro. Actually, that reminds me, I did want to check the scores. MLB.com. Let's check the scores. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Well, would you look at that? The Dodgers lose to the Phillies in 10 innings. Philly 6, Dodgers 5. The Reds get a win against the Cardinals, but the Giants lose to the Diamondbacks 8-1. And now let me go to my handy dandy standings. Yeah. In the National League, looking at that wild card on a night where the New York Mets do not play. All of a sudden, the Arizona Diamondbacks are a game and a half behind the New York Mets. Cincinnati is 2 games behind the New York Mets, and San Francisco is 2 games behind the New York Mets. So the Mets got to get going here. Big week for the Mets. Big week for Mets baseball at Citi Field. 3 million fans in attendance this year in Flushing. Raised the Mets from 18th in baseball to 5 in baseball as far as attendance goes. Good job, Mets fans. You got to believe. Juan Soto said, keep hoping. Keep hope alive. You got to believe. They're going to get it done. Maybe. I think they should. I think they can. If they don't, they're going to get it done. At least they made a decision. Manaea's not going to start anymore. How long do we have to talk about this on WFAN for like 5 weeks? The last month and a half about Kodai Senga optioned him. Sean Manaea. Now Sean Manaea is going to piggyback Clay Holmes. Good. But they got to hit and pitch. And they got to hold off teams like the Padres are a good team. The Padres are going to come in here and they're going to try and sweep. You want to talk about running out of time? As the Met fans are going to have to sweat this one out. You know, the Nationals coming to your building, they're trying to play spoiler. The Cubs tonight, I was watching the Cubs live. Pete Crow Armstrong cranked one. You got to go to the north side and see your former Met, Pete Crow Armstrong, the one who got away. And then that last series against the Miami Marlins, like nothing is promised. They got to take what they want. They got to go out and take these wins. They can't sit back and wait for them to come to them. So, yeah, the Mets they're due for a bounce-back week, though, because what'd they lose? They lost 8 in a row, so they lost every damn day for a week. Sunday, no, they lost both Saturdays. Damn. They lost the last 2 to the Reds, all 4 to the Phillies, and the first 2 to the Texas Rangers. So baseball, and there's like a market correction and balancing itself out, and they're due to sweep the Padres and take 2 out of 3 from the Nationals before they face the Cubs. 888-808-1019. Last call for calls before I get out of here. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
The Yankees continue their series with the Twins. 7:40 tonight, driven by Jeep.
A 1 pitch, swing on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
And we're back. Can't waste any time. I don't have any time to waste. Keith McPherson on the Fan. The weekend that was a great weekend. You know, it's funny. The Savannah Bananas came to Yankee Stadium on Saturday and Sunday. And shout out to the Bananas. They absolutely are a wagon machine of an operation. I've watched them now since I became aware of them in 2020, 2021. Just turned into a ultra light beam, a God dream. Shout out to Jesse Cole. Jesse Cole is the guy that you see with the top hat and the full-on yellow suit. You know, he put out a video of an empty Yankee Stadium, and then he did the little trick where he puts his hat over the camera, and then he shows it full. And he said from selling 2 tickets to when we first started to 2 sold-out nights at Yankee Stadium. Dream, man. The imagination that guy had and the dream that he had and the amount of people that joined along with his dream and his vision. The Savannah Bananas are now playing against the firefighters, the party animals. They have one other team. Like, they've made a league. The Texas Tailgaters. They've made this imaginary baseball world where anything goes. They play completely different rules. They score a lot. They start a timer, and the game can never be more than 2 hours. They dance, they sing, and that's something I said. I'm like, you can't just be a baller. You got to have some bop to you. You got to be able to dance and play baseball to get down with these guys. And I loved it, man. I thought it was so much fun to see how many kids and families came out. But then, I mean, all people, all ages and backgrounds, and just like baseball being fun. there were a lot of kids in there. I joked, even the kids I was around, I was like, these kids can't name the players on the Yankees, but they can name these players on the Savannah Bananas because of TikTok, because of YouTube, because of Instagram. Like, if you don't see where we are today in 2025, almost 2026, like anything that you dream or think of can grow legs beyond what you're thinking of with the power of social media and technology. And so they took this team that was playing specifically in Savannah, Georgia, and they grew it through social media and took it on tour where they've played NFL stadiums. They've played now multiple baseball ballparks, Petco Park, Fenway, Camden Yards, and now Yankee Stadium. And everybody that you meet in the organization, they're nice, first class, and they're winners. Their operation at Yankee Stadium was an absolute win. So I was just happy to see the first one ever Saturday night. I was happy to connect with DJ Sharkey, and shout to Chris if you're listening. Chris is from Connecticut, went down there and worked for them. He walked right up to me and he's like, yo, thank you for being on WFAN. I was a big fan of Steve Summers, and now I'm a big fan of yours. And like, you guys are my home away from home, being down there in Georgia and listening on the Odyssey app. And shout out to Sam and everybody that helped me be a part of it. I enjoyed it a lot. And I hope it happens, year after year. So just wanted to interject that into, all of our conversation about the Jets and the Giants. Speaking of the Giants, they had Eli Manning come out as a guest umpire. And I saw the behind the scenes, and I saw the timing of it because it was on HBO Max at 3:30 on Sunday. That's another thing, too. Like, not only did they have 49,000 people in there, they streamed it to 1 million people. Eli Manning was shown watching the Giants game on his phone, telling me, hold on, I'm watching the Giants game. He's like, oh, they scored. They scored again. They scored another touchdown. And I think timing-wise, once the Giants lost in overtime, they brought Eli out. And they just played into it, man. I think they brought out Joe Torre. They brought out Nick Swisher. They had big-time Rush perform. They had Hamilton perform. Like, I can't tell you the amount of surprises and different things that they have built into the show. But again, the biggest thing is social media. They had so many different sounds from TikTok, songs from TikTok, things from the internet that these kids listen to. Like, at one point, they played the Whopper, Junior Whopper. There was no advertisement for Burger King, but they played the song at BK, have it your way, you rule, and everybody sang it in there. It was fun. Ross is in Bergen County on the fan. What's up, Ross?
Hey, what's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Hanging out, man. Monday night. Tuesday morning.
I got you in fantasy this week. I was just checking in on my roster. I got Eckler. I just had to cut ties with him. But,
you're playing against me in week 3, or did we just play?
No, I'm about to play you in week 3.
Oh, well.
I had an awful week where I had Henry. I'll tell you this, bro. I agree with you on a lot of stuff, but I don't think there's something I agree with you more on the fact that we get so hyped up about football being on the TV, but the second I put my ass on the couch, bro, it's just misery.
I tried to tell you,
coming in from all different directions, bro. My parlays, my fantasy, bro. How about this? I had the Steelers week 1, the Cowboys week 2, and my survivor. Somehow I'm still alive. I faded both New York teams in the wrong weeks. I picked the stressful route to being still alive.
But still counts. Still alive.
Hey, I'm still alive somehow. The parlays, bro, like I just fit my first parlay in weeks. Bro. And in terms of my pro teams, for Christ's sakes, JJ McCarthy, I'm going around saying why be a King Caleb when you could be a McCarthy god, and now he puts up a whopping 6 points, and now he's hurt. We go from Darnold to Carson Wentz. But you look at the roller coaster going on in this city. It doesn't matter what side you're on. It's a striptease either way. Yeah, it's just a complete 180. You either have the Jet fans are optimistic.
I should have became an NFL free agent fan sooner. Watching the Dallas game and not being on the roller coaster as a Cowboys fan and not caring, great. I haven't hit any parlays or any bets yet these first 2 weeks. I'm down, but I'm down for life. I've lost so much gambling. I don't think I would have to hit. I don't even want to put the number out there that I have to hit for to get back to even.
I stopped keeping track of the number. I used to have a spreadsheet when I first started up, and it just got to a point I was like, I don't even want to know
that you're always going to be down, and take the little wins when you get them. But I haven't even had a little win yet. I I've come up short. Like I said, I parlayed Malik Neighbors 2 touchdowns with a Giants win. He got the 2 touchdowns. The Giants didn't win. I even had him and Puka Nacua parlayed as Puka Nacua scored 2 touchdowns with Malik Neighbors. Puka scored 1. Anyway, I try to tell people, hey, we get all hyped up for football. It is misery. Your real-life team is going to lose. Your fantasy team is going to lose, and you're going to lose all your bets.
It's like a simulation, bro. It's like I just feel like I'm watching Red Zone. Every time they flash to a game, like my heart sinks. I'm like, oh my God, what am I about to lose now, bro? I got my pick'em pool. You can't make it up, bro. And really quick, I know you got other callers. You're talking about the Savannah Bananas. I thought they were actually in Queens this weekend, bro. Because you got all these pitches they call up, bro. Every lead you have doesn't feel safe, bro. And now I got to see, and bro, everybody's putting their attention to Positive Tommy. And rightfully, I think a lot of people don't know that it's a gimmick that he's buying into. And you're right. I don't know how he hasn't bought the check bar yet. Bro, some people got to start putting their attention to Mike Janelle. I don't know if he works with the team. I think he's being dead-ass serious. And I see him, putting legitimacy into the rally shoes and talking about, if the alumni game was good. And I think he's being legit. If he's not being legit, he fooled me, too. But I think he's being legit, and he's running with it, bro. The rally shoes was the end of it, bro. I mean, I can't even believe
bro.
that.
This is New York. People are walking around the city and taking the train and then going to the game and taking their shoes off, putting them in the air. Like, what are we doing?
Dude, I can't remember the last time I was so unexcited for a walk-off 3-run homer in my life than the one Pete hit the other night. And I don't even think it's relief at this point because it feels like it's delaying the inevitable. I mean,
they did so much bad, bro. You can't lose 8 in a row down the stretch. It's just like that's why I said they're decomposing, they're eroding, they're absolutely shriveling up. When they're supposed to be playing their best baseball, it's hard to believe that. Okay, what's the magic number at right now for them? 11?
Yeah, I think.
And
so.
I think I was reading it's at 11, and so it's a combination of their wins and then I guess the closest team behind them. But it's do you believe that they're going to win games down the stretch? They've shown you how bad they can be. Even the game that they won, it took them extra innings and a homer to win. I don't know, man.
And they blew a Sprout outing. Exactly.
Right.
Am I supposed to be excited? Bro, one more thing, Brian. I know you got other callers. I appreciate the time. You had that thing Friday night, and I think that's a perfect 360 what the season is. Tom wound up giving giving up 6 runs. By the way, I don't know why people were letting him off the hook either. I heard this guy was going to be the second coming of Tim Lincecum. I expected a little more out of him. I expected him to get pissed the first inning. I don't care. He's 20 years old. Bro.
No crying in baseball. He cried, so they feel bad for him now.
And then they got the DJ in the background. It's Raining Men, and then Keith Hernandez on the. Oh God!
Come on,
that's
Mets
all
fans.
it is. And DeGrom,
make some noise.
The 5-borough race, bro. Thanks for the time, man.
Thanks for the call, Ross. You can't make that stuff up. I was on Friday, and I talked about that. I'm like, DeGrom didn't even get the proper ovation. He didn't even get the proper reception because the fans were all in shock. Like, well, damn. The game is over. We lost again. Like I said, it's like that Stewie meme. Family Guy where Stewie goes and sees the Mets. The game starts. Game is already out of reach. He throws the hat. That's exactly how it went down. They had to take Jonah Tong out. Jonah Tong's going to get his next start. How is he going to recover from that? I don't know, man. I think because, like I said, because it's baseball, they could be due for just a hot week. I saw Lindor and Swaggy V out at a little fashion week thing with Jordan Clarkson. I don't know, man. I know you got to make appearances and do that. But I feel like and this is just me speaking, if I was a professional athlete on a team that is in a collapse and that has lost 8, I'm not going outside. I'm going to work. I'm going to the game, and then I'm having my driver drive me home. I'm in the crib. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear, you suck. I don't even want to hear, come on, what's going on when you guys are going? I wouldn't want to hear it. But, hey, God bless them, man. They're able to compartmentalize. I guess they're able to block some of that noise out. They're able to go do those things. I'm like, in New York? In New York? You're going out to a runway, to a fashion show when your team is free-falling? Nah, I'd be hiding. I hide now. Yankees lost the World Series. I didn't do anything but come to WFAN and go home, and I work at night. Nobody see me but the 3 people that be in here. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Tony in Bethel, Connecticut on the Fan next. You're on, Tony.
Geez, I didn't think that last guy was ever going to stop talking. Section 39 Bleacher Creature, I was there the first day of the roll call. White Sox day game. All the Bleacher Creatures, Tina and Milton and all those guys, we were out there the first day of the roll call in 1996.
Respect. I've
right?
heard the stories. I'm too young to have lived them, but respect to Section 39. It is not what it used to be.
It's not what it used to be, but it's still fun that they have bleachers. Al Troutwig was there on the post game. He's talking about us, and that blew the whole thing up. But it was the old days with Sheriff Tom and all those guys.
Yeah.
Greatest times of my life, man. Greatest times of my life. But I just wanted to say real quick, it's Eddie Giacomin, right? 1987 NHL Hall of Famer. Rest in peace. Obviously, he died. He was the second ever Ranger to have his number retired. Number 1 was Rod Gilbert. He was the first guy, and then they put Eddie Giacomin up. But, Keith, something that you'll find really interesting, the Rangers let him go after a long time with the team, and he was claimed on waivers by the Red Wings. And when he came back to the Garden, the fans chanted, Eddie, Eddie, the whole night. And even when the Rangers scored, the fans booed because that's how much he was loved. Wow. An absolute Ranger legend. God bless Eddie Gilbert.
Well, thanks for the call, Tony, but I messed up the name. You just messed up the name. So we got to correct that. Rest in peace, Eddie Giacomin, right? I think what you did there was just combine Rod Gilbert and Eddie Giacomin. But, both of these guys, like I said, are before my time and in a league and a sport and a team that I did not watch. Maybe if you've been around WFAN and listening for long enough, my connection to Rod Gilbert when I chose the Devils as my team, and I needed a prop around here to do like a National Signing Day skit video. I knew I was picking the Devils. I had the Devils hat ready. I had the jersey ready. And I swear, Craig had a Rangers hat that used to be in here. But the way Craig used to be, like, he might throw the Rangers hat on if they happen to be talking about the Rangers. So I came in the next day to shoot the video, and the Rangers hat that Craig had in here was gone. I'm like, oh, he must have wore it home. So I'm like, what do I do? What do I use? And so I go into Boomer and Geo studio, have no idea who Rod Gilbert is, rest his soul, and God bless his wife, Judy, who I have met at Yankee Stadium and been around a bunch of times, sweetheart, even tried to convince me. She offered me great seats at the Rangers game if I would ditch the Devils. I couldn't do it. I said, nah. She's like, you sure? I'm like, I've never been to a Rangers game. She's like, you go with me, we can go to, but you got to ditch the Devils. You got to become a Rangers fan. This was a couple years ago. I'm like, I can't do that. But I did the skit, and I took the jersey down. I did not know. I was so green and naive and innocent. My early days in here, I took the jersey off the wall. I did not know about Boomer's relationship with Rod Gilbert. I did not know who he was. He's Mr. Ranger. He's like the guy. I trust me, I know now. And I always talk about how, like, I remember being in the gym when Boomer called me, and I'm like, oh, I think I got the text, and the next day I got the call. But I rapped with Boomer for like 20 minutes. He told me that he spoke at his funeral and, how much that meant to him. And I was like, that's crazy because, like, you just don't know. I didn't know, like, going into their studio was like going into their house, like touching their belongings. And I just looked at it as like a set. I didn't know that stuff was like territorial or sacred. But then when, I felt terrible about it, I apologized. And, we made amends. I remember that morning, though, once Boomer saw the video, I think Izzo added like a crash sound to play up the video of me like, maybe I'll choose the Islanders. No, maybe I'll choose the Rangers. And I threw the jersey out of the frame, but I literally tossed it so that it landed on a seat, not on the ground. No harm, no foul. But in the video, there's like a sound. So Boomer was tight about that. I remember waking up and doing this shift till 2 a.m. I remember waking up the next day after the video was released, and this is before I talked to Boomer one-on-one on the phone, and I get a call from the number that is WFAN, and it's Al Dukes, and it's like 8:39 in the morning. And so I'm in like a hazy, this was even before my son was born. So like I was actually sleeping. I'm like, hello? And Al Dukes is like, yeah, Keith, you're in trouble. Boomer wants to talk to you. I'm like, what? I just said something about the Devils, and then Boomer asked me about what the hell I was doing. I don't even remember how the call went. I just remember click. And I'm like, damn, what do I do? So now I wake up, throw some water on my face, check my phone, and all Boomer's minions had descended on my Twitter. I'm like, oh, damn, they getting at me. I'd have messed up now. I just got in over here. They about to fire me today. I figured it out, man. I figured it out. Let's go Devils, though. I will say, like, when I went to the Devils game after that, there were a couple Devils fans that were like, way to go. There were a couple Devils fans that were like, good job, buddy. Like, we don't rock with them. Way to make an entrance. Anyway, that's all I got. Big Mac is coming up next. And we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully the Yankees win, the Mets win. Because we got to talk baseball tomorrow night. We'll be, coming off of football, not really into week 3. Week 2 is officially over. Oh, my rap picks. I didn't play my rap picks, but my rap picks were correct. Pick the Cowboys, pick the Bills, pick the Bucks, pick the Chargers. Keep it locked right here on YouTube as well. C-Mac's coming up next. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The Cowboys possess the most dangerous kicking weapon in all of the NFL. That guy could actually attempt a 75-yard field goal if they had to win the game.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Another bullpen implosion coupled with a silent night at the Plays. The Twins took care of the Yankees 7-0. Luke Weaver lit up for 5 runs, recorded just 1 out in the 7th. This after Carlos Rodon had thrown 6 innings of 2-run ball. Offense mustered just 2 base hits all night with 14 Ks, 11 of those against Simeon Woods Richardson, who had 6 innings of 2-hit ball.
The split was good. He didn't make mistakes with it. He was kind of at the bottom of the zone with it, or just down with a heater that, kind of plays up a little bit with his ride, but felt like we had some chances early that didn't take advantage. Just not a good night for us offensively.
Blue Jays push their win streak to 5, opens up a 5-game lead on the Yankees. Bombers 1 up on the Red Sox for that top wild card. Mets off now lead the D-backs by a game and a half, 2 on the Reds and Giants for the final wild card. Justin Fields still in concussion protocol. Too early to know about Sunday. Aaron Glenn, though, wants him to practice before he puts him into a game. As for the poor performance in Game 2 of his regime, though.
And I wish it was instant coffee, but it's not. These things take time. And my confidence, or the coach's confidence, or the player's confidence is not going to be shaken. And we're going to continue to do the things we got to do to build this.
Monday night doubleheader. Chargers finished the Raiders 20-9. Picked up Geno Smith 3 times, while Justin Herbert threw for a couple touchdowns. And the Bucs stunned the Texans 20-19. This on a Rashad White 2-yard touchdown run with 6 seconds remaining. 67 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 202 on the Fan. McMonigle here with you for the next 3 hours. I take it at 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. We got Fleegs on the other side, and we're taking your calls at 888-808-1019. You can watch me on the live stream on YouTube right now. Listen through the Odyssey app. Listen through the radio. Right here on the Fan. We'll get to the baseball. We'll get to the Yankees' pitiful performance against what normally is the doormat of the Minnesota Twins. and all the different things that come with that game and why it annoyed me so much. But I'm still hung up on these two football teams. As we're watching more football last night, and the Tampa Bay Bucks, who the Jets will head down to Tampa to take in week number 3, and Baker Mayfield going down the field, and what Baker Mayfield has become after getting away from the Browns, the brief stint with the Rams, St. Louis. Was this 10 years ago? And obviously what he's become with Tampa Bay, we'll get to it in a second, but I can't stop thinking about these two teams, what happened in week number 2, what happened on Sunday, and where these two coaches are. And we just heard from Aaron Glenn there in the update, and I'm thinking about the tough spot that both these teams are, and that's pretty obvious, right? Tough spot that both these teams are. Well, I mean, obviously coming off the debacle that was the Jet game, where they were just non-competitive, right? Following that week number 1, where they played well against Pittsburgh, they came out offensively, looked like they had a game plan, looked like they executed it. A lot of high hopes for Justin Fields. Bob, we all know how well they played. The defense let them down. It took a 60-yard field goal to beat them. And then they follow that up with the slop that was that game against Buffalo. Just the absolute disaster. And then you turn to the New York Giants and Brian Daboll. And both these coaches are kind of under the gun and under fire for different reasons. Clearly, Aaron Glenn's not going anywhere. It's week 2 of his opening season of his career as head coach at the New York Jets. But there's no doubt the honeymoon is over. And there's no doubt, and I said this when he took over, and I said this when pretty much the reason they hired him was because of culture and accountability. And he's going to start something here, and he's going to build a winning culture. And winning cultures, they only take root if you win. And it's hard to be a coach that is going to come here and change everything about the franchise and instill this new belief that they're going to suddenly become something and you're going to build this winning culture, and you come out there and blow a game you should win and then get demolished while doing things like holding players accountable and cutting, Gibson, the kick returner who fumbled, and then coming out and watching your team fall flat. The honeymoon is over. It's a fan base that is waiting for the next shoe to drop, waiting to declare him the next failed head coach like so many others. He gets in front of the podium, in front of the media after the game and gives you the same, non-answers. I thought he knew this town. That's the other reason why he was hired, because he knew this town, right? He knows what it's like. He could tell you how windy and cold it was in the championship game against the Denver Broncos in 1998. He's part of the furniture. And yet he comes out to the media and gives you I have to watch the tape. 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 To every question. The honeymoon is over, and now he's got to find a way to get this team back on track, go into Tampa and take on what, as I'm watching the highlights right now, if you're watching on the chat, I'm pointing, otherwise you wouldn't. I'm pointing at the television as I'm watching the highlights of this game last night against the Texans, where they go into Houston and take care of business, have the ball with, 3 minutes left, less than 3 minutes left, go down there and put a game-winning, score together. And they have to go in there and take on that team and find a way to get back up off the ground and figure out a way to instill this new winning culture that this team is supposed to buy in after the performance you got with a quarterback who's now dealing with a concussion, and that's what he's got to do. And that's nothing compared to what Brian Daboll's got to do. And what Brian Daboll has to do, and we joke about the season being over by October, and we joke about the season being over by Halloween, and it's the same thing, and it's 10 years in the last 13 where the team starts 0-2 and all of that, but that's all the outside noise. Inside, and if you've listened to any of the reporting, Connor Hughes of SMY said it was like a morgue inside that locker room. And you're hearing reports today that Dexter Lawrence, what I deem to be outside of, him and Andrew Thomas, if only Andrew Thomas ever played, are the two best players. I mean, Dexter Lawrence is the best player on this team. And he's getting fed up. Now, he didn't play very well in that game and hasn't played all that well to start the year, coming off an injury, having a child, all that. But he's getting fed up. And that loss against the Dallas Cowboys, to lose that game in the manner in which they lost it, to score all of those points, this is a team under Brian Daboll over the last 4 years. This is a team that has Andrew Thomas on it, a team that has Dexter Lawrence on it, a team that has mainstays on this team that haven't experienced play like that I was just talking with Marco, and both of us talking about how it's disgusting how positive I still felt after the game. As ugly as it was, as annoyed as I was, as mad as I was at the defense and everything else, part of me, too much of me, more than I'd like to admit, came away thinking at least it was a game. At least there was offense. At least they went down the field. At least they threw for 400 yards. At least they put up points. They scored 37 points. They're moving in the right direction. It looked like a football team. That's fine for me to feel. It's fine for the fan base to feel. Inside that locker room, that is a devastating loss. That's a loss the likes of which that team has not experienced. They've experienced the season spiral out of control, get their ass kicked. Daniel Jones gets jettisoned, and that came with its own complications when they decided to make a move and get rid of the quarterback for contract situations. Because we all know, as bad as Daniel Jones has been for the Giants, and I know he's played well the last 2 weeks, but as bad as he was for the Giants, he's better than Drew Lock. And they made that decision based on the idea he gets hurt. They didn't want to lock into the contract. They wanted to draft a young quarterback, blah, 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 blah. And it sent shockwaves through the room because it guarantees, or at least it sends that message that the season is over. So this team has dealt with losing. They've dealt with the season being over. But they haven't dealt with the idea that they brought in a Hall of Fame quarterback. And if you've listened to any of the interviews done, if you've heard some of the reporting on the team, they believe in Russell Wilson. And I know Russell Wilson's silly and let's ride and all the crap and everything that went on in Denver and all the teammates that hate him in Seattle. He came into the New York Giants and brought some credibility to a position where there hasn't been for forever. And he's been bought into as the leader of this team. There was expectations with this team. They had a couple of good drafts. They played well in the preseason. There was some anticipation to getting off to a good start this year and playing well. And they emphasized what kind of good start they were going to get off to. And then they come out, have the absolute disaster against Washington, and buy in, pick themselves up, and go out there and offensively play the best game that these eyes of a Giant fan has seen since Eli Manning. And go out there and throw for 450 yards and do everything they could. Take the lead with 25 seconds left, and it's still not good enough. And right now, this coach, who I know is on the hot seat, who I know has, 4 or 5 different ways to save his job, whether it's win games early, whether it's show that there's some offense with Russell Wilson, or obviously when Jackson Dart enters the conversation, show that you're making progress with Jackson Dart, win just enough games to compete, be in the hunt column come November and December on the bottom of the right side screen as they're going over the divisions. Like, there's a million different ways for Brian Daboll to keep his job. Well, I can tell you one way, one surefire way to lose it, and that's by losing this team. And this is now the third year where they have started out 0-2 under Brian Daboll, third consecutive year, and they just lost a game in a manner in which this group is not used to. They played well enough to win and still lost. And if you hear what's going on inside that clubhouse, they were dead after the game, and now you're hearing Dexter Lawrence isn't happy and all this. He has not only does he have to figure out a way to welcome in the Kansas City Chiefs at 0-2, who haven't been 0-2 in the entire time of the great Patrick Mahomes, probably even Andy Reid. When Andy Reid took over, they probably haven't gone 0-2. And the idea that they're going to go 0-3, you're welcoming in the 3-time defending AFC champion and one of the great franchises and practically a dynasty at 0-2, desperate for a victory. And if you allow the same thing that Aaron Glenn allowed, where you had a good performance, a positive performance, a good offensive performance, everybody talking about how well the quarterback played and how it was actually a football game and it was better than expected, and you got to build on that. So not only does he have to take a group that felt like they completely wasted their best performance in years, a group that is devastated by another 0-2 season, a group that is staring another miserable season right in the face, and they know how long it is. They know how many weeks this season is. They know how hard it is. They know how many practices there are. They know how the physical toll it takes on their body. They know what awaits them for nothing. For nothing. For no hope or promise of anything other than maybe developing the future of the team? Because that's where we'll turn our attention real quick. But this coach in Brian Daboll, whose job is on the hot seat, who has to find ways to win games, has to find ways to develop a young quarterback, has to find ways to get this group back up off the floor so that it can welcome in the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Because what this group cannot do, no one expects them to win the game. No one expects them to win the game. But what they cannot do is get embarrassed on national television, Sunday Night Football, and make it look like last week that offense was a fluke. Last week that was based on a lousy Cowboy team, down their best cornerback, and that's why you were able to put up those kind of yards. And the minute you face a legitimate defense, it's going to be back to the same crap we have seen forever. This is where you find out. So many have already made up their minds about Brian Daboll. I have not. That first year maybe did something to me. I don't know. I'm not saying he's a great head coach. Right now I'm leaning towards this will be the last handful of games I give a damn about Brian Daboll, and I'll be ready to move on to whoever the next coach is going to be. But right now, this guy has to figure out a way to get this group that is clearly distraught, devastated, and probably partly dysfunctional after a loss that you can't fathom. After they played their best game, honestly, that's the best game the Giants. That's what's so friggin' frustrating about it and why I have so much mixed emotions about it, because it's the best damn Giant game I've seen in years. Years. They go into that building and get their ass kicked year in and year out. And for them to go in there and put a dagger, or what should have been a dagger, in the end zone on a 50-yard bomb to take the lead with 25 seconds left and still lose the game, that's something that's very difficult to get out of. That's something that's very difficult to respond from. And we're going to find out about this coach. We're going to find out about this team. And the owner, who is right now probably in the middle of making his mind up about the future of this organization with the GM and the coach, he's going to have to find out whether or not he can get this group to respond off of that loss. Is this going to be the building block where the offense found itself and they start performing like an actual football team moving forward? Or is that going to be the kind of loss that sets in and makes everybody feel like they know what this team is? A bunch of freaking losers. Who's going to show up Sunday night against the Chiefs? And that, for both of these coaches right now, you've got a game in Tampa against the 2-0 Bucs team that's got a quarterback with a pair on him that just, I mean, he is fearless. He is fearless. And you got to go down to Tampa and handle him off of a disastrous performance without a quarterback. And this is about winning culture. And you're supposed to be able, one thing that this coach, Aaron Glenn, is supposed to be able to do, one thing, make sure his team is prepared and ready to play every single week. That's the only thing that he was guaranteed, or that they sold us, that we could expect when they hired Aaron Glenn. You knew it wasn't going to be great offense. He's a defensive head coach. And they were playing with a quarterback that I still don't think is very good, even after week one. The calling card of this team was going to be beat the man in front of you, show up every week, clean up the mistakes. That's what you can expect from an Aaron Glenn-led team. You saw it in week one. You saw the exact opposite in week two. Who shows up week three? And for the New York Giants, this is about a coach whose job is on the line, and this is about a coach who's been here now for 4 years, who's got to figure out a way to get a team over the fact that they played their best game in years and still can't find ways to win. That they're up with 25 seconds left and their star wide receiver is given the sleep sign like they put the Cowboys to sleep, only to get beaten in overtime. A defense that doesn't allow 37 points to be enough. A defense that allows them to go down the field and kick a 64-yard field goal. They must feel cursed. They must feel like there's nothing they can do. And this coach has got to find a way to get them off the ground and make sure that this is the first step of what should be a building piece into becoming a decent enough football team to have a freaking season. Because we could joke about what 0-3 means. Sure. Does 0-3 mean they're not going to the playoffs? Yeah. Yeah, it probably does. It almost certainly does. Does it mean they don't have to have a season? No. They could still have a season. They can still win enough games to somehow make it mathematically possible. They could still win enough games and play well enough where they can fool us and themselves into thinking there's a season. And right now, I know I'm a tanker. There is no tanking this year. They've got the young quarterback. They're going to go to him eventually. They have to go win games. You got Russell Wilson trying to keep his face on the cover of the magazine for as long as he can. You got a coach desperate to prove that he can rally the troops and that he can create an offense and that he can win some football games before going into full develop the young quarterback mode. You got a GM who's trying to prove that he can draft players and that he can have impact players and that he's not going to be known for the whiffs of Evan Neal and Baker. And you've got a group of players who are supposed to breathe new life into this franchise, who had a great preseason, and then who came out and played the best game we have seen the New York Giants play in 10, 12 years and still lost. We're going to find out a lot about these coaches over the course of this week. We're going to find out a lot about these coaches on Sunday when they have two games that are very difficult against teams that are expected to beat their ass, coming off of, in two separate different ways, devastating losses that shake the foundation of the teams to their core already in week number 2. Aaron Glenn, the honeymoon is over, and he's got to find a way to get this thing stabilized. And Brian Daboll has got to find a way to at least make a game of it and not allow the same thing that happened to the Jets from week 1 to week 2. They've got to come out and play well again. If they get embarrassed and have no offense, and this is 31-3, I don't know how long Brian Daboll has. And I've never thought they would fire someone midseason, and I still don't think they will. But we will know very early on whether or not this coach is going to have a chance to develop this young quarterback. Because there's a level of play that's acceptable to this owner. And I do think, despite the loss, you could argue this Sunday was that. They've got to find a way to do it again. And all the reporting is that this team is freaking devastated. We're going to find a lot about these two coaches right here. A coach that's supposed to change the franchise for the Jets and a coach that's hanging on because he developed Josh Allen, and damn it, we're going to give him a young quarterback and we're going to let him develop him. But he's also got to be the leader of men. And we're going to find out if he's capable of doing that on Sunday. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll get more into, if you want to call and complain about what happened on the field on Sunday. I was here Monday night. I've already done that. We could do it again if you'd like. We'll get to the baseball as well. The Mets, I mentioned the Yankees. The Mets start against the Padres this final run. 12 games left of the season, 13 games left of the season. 1.5 games up one game up in the wild card. Cincinnati won last night. 1 game up in the wild card. And this final run to make sure they don't have one of the most disastrous seasons in Mets history. So we got a lot going on. We got the Yankees sleepwalking through Minnesota. And we got these two coaches figuring out who they are this early in the season already. It's a disaster, these two teams. It's every year with this. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, take your calls as I got you till 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey, New York! Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 227. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019.
No one's ever heard.
So much talk about these two coaches. It just feels like a critical moment for both of them. trying to respond from these two losses, trying to respond from going 0-2, trying to respond, especially for the Giants. Like, it feels like this is the one, man. Like, Aaron Glenn's going to have some more time. It's his week 3 of his first season. He's going to be back next year, barring something really just disastrous. But Brian Daboll, I mean, you could tell. You can tell with how the team sounds. You could tell how he sounded after the game. I forgot to mention that in my open. Like, he was dejected. You could hear it in his voice. You could see it on his face. He was dejected. That's a game you got to win the way they played it, man. It's the way they just got to win it. And it's a loss that probably, sent waves through the building, waves through the players. Like, that is a disheartening win, man. It's one thing to get your ass kicked and look at it. Disheartening loss. Did I say win? Losing it. That's a disheartening loss, man. That's the kind of loss, like, you can handle getting your ass kicked. Like, you get your ass kicked by Washington and you go over the tape and you say, well, this is why and that's why. It's week 1. It's a tough loss. You didn't do anything right, and so you lost. And yeah, you had the wide receiver. You had, neighbors yelling on the sidelines and all that, and there's frustration that comes with it. Sure. But to play the way they played, to respond to that loss against the Commanders, come out there and perform in the manner in which they did and have that offense look like that, and still lose the game, to be up with 25 seconds left and still lose the football game, that's something this team's not used to. That's something that Dexter Lawrence is not used to. And it's this coach's job to make sure he gets this team ready to play. And this is, as bad as he's been at that job over the last 2 years, this might be the most difficult time he's ever had to do it. Against a team that no one expects him to win. Sunday night, listen, against the Kansas City Chiefs, Sunday Night Football, they're 0-2. They're coming to make sure they're not 0-3. The cynic in all of us thinks that the NFL won't let them be 0-3. You better not even go near Patrick Mahomes. You better not go near his head. You better not go near him after he throws the ball. You better not touch Patrick Mahomes, because you get the feeling flags are flying. But this is a major turning point. This is a game that Brian Daboll has to at least show some respectability. They cannot get there. I mean, if they just don't show up off of that performance and the offense does nothing and Russell Wilson looks like he did in week 1, it's going to be a major problem. Let's go to Carlos in Clifton. What's up, Carlos?
Hey, Chris, big-time Giants fan.
Yeah.
Just give me a second to vent a little bit, because I was thinking about this all day at work. I couldn't even sleep last night. So if I would have called you last week and I would have told you, hey, Chris, we're going to be 13 points from 50. We're going to be down to our third-string left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be up with 30 seconds left in the game.
Yeah.
I would have been the quickest hang-up in the history of the fan. But here's what I saw. Like, they spread the ball around. They opened the playbook on offense. I saw Theo Johnson running down the field, Scatterbull, even Slayton caught a nice pass. Malik Neighbors were. But then when it comes to our defense, we were up 13-10 at half. Am I correct?
Yep.
And we let them score 30 points. This defensive coach never makes an in-game adjustment. Never, ever. Like right then and there, I would have had a little more, confidence in Daboll. I mean, I'm down to 10%. But had he come out today and say, I'm firing the head defensive coordinator, I'm hiring somebody new, I would have been like, okay.
You can't do that, man. I hear what you're saying, but you can't do that mid-season. You can't. I mean, you want to just, as you're game planning for Kansas City, you want to just fire. Who are you going to bring in? You're going to promote an assistant. You're not going to bring someone with a completely different philosophy to suddenly change the game plan on Tuesday. Like, you just you can't do it.
I get that. I guess I'm upset, but no in-game adjustments. Every time CD Lamb, they ran the same play. He's cutting across the field. They're clearing out our safety. Even announcers are saying they're running a play again. 20, 30 chunks. No adjustment.
No,
You have to let this.
I get it, but let me ask you a question: Should the Cowboys fire their defensive coordinator? Because I saw Wan'Dale Robinson run wide open down the seam almost the entire game.
Yeah, but here's
like,
what I'm saying.
It's I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying it's not as like CeeDee Lamb's really good. This passing attack is really good. It's not so much that the calls at the end of the game, absolutely. The calls at the end of the game, absolutely. He played too far back, no doubt. But you got to also remember, like, he had guys that didn't play well. Baker was terrible. Like, look at the ratings that that PFF gave him. Like, they didn't play a good game either. The players on the field didn't play a good game. Like, they didn't execute. If you watch that, one, let's be honest, this elite pass rush didn't get home. They didn't get home enough. Bottom line. And that final drive on that second down play where they make the pass to Ferguson to get him to midfield to give him the 64-yard field goal attempt, he's rushing forward. They're not close to him. This entire offseason, the elite pass rush, the elite pass rush. I was listening week one heading in, listening to Burns in an interview with John Schmelk, and he's joking about, well, if we ever need to blitz, I don't think we're going to need more than 4. Well, get home. Get home. And if you watch, I think it's Bobby Okereke in the middle of the field. Like, he's in the middle of nowhere. He's right in the middle between the slot receiver and the tight end, guarding nobody. He's got to be towards the middle of the field, making sure that pass doesn't get through. Like, the call and the way they handled it from Bowen was atrocious. I'm not trying to give him a break. He was brought here to stop the run. They haven't done that. They got absolutely annihilated week 1 by the run, absolutely annihilated week 2 by the pass. I hated I think it's a bit extreme to call it a prevent, but I hate off the ball as much as they were in those final 25 seconds of regulation. Absolutely. Hate it all. And I do not think he's done a good job here. But let's be honest, the players got to execute a little bit better too. And they did. And to be fair, we say no on twice in overtime. I didn't really talk about it as much yesterday because I was more mad at the defense and something inside me just wouldn't allow me, and maybe this is a fault of mine, something inside me wouldn't allow me to criticize the offense overly when they scored 37 points in the game. Like, there was just something about me that day where I was like, I'm not knocking the offense. They scored 37 points. They put them up with 25 seconds left. I don't care what happened in overtime with Russ, as bad as it was. I don't care. They played well enough to win the game offensively. So I put it all on the defense. But to be fair, in overtime, they stopped the Cowboys twice. Twice. They punted the ball twice in overtime to the Giants. The offense had an opportunity to go win that game. They didn't have to go put it in the end zone. Go kick a field goal, you win. The defense found a way to execute in overtime. Like, a lot of it, the players have got to be better. I think this defense is more talented than it. Like, Newbin made mistakes. He needs to be better. Abdul Carter needs to be better. Dexter Lawrence needs to be better. Like, we can yell about the defensive coordinator, and I don't disagree. I think he's done a terrible job since he's been here. Wouldn't disagree with you. The players got to execute better too, man. The defensive players got to execute better. Alex in Tenafly. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm a suffering Jets fan. The big suffering began in 2012 because, when I first started watching them when I was 10 years old in 2000, there wasn't really a lot of, consistent, losing every year. They had some good runs.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm very confident that they can beat Tampa Bay this Sunday. Tampa Bay has not started 3-0 since 2005. The Jets are not going to let that happen. I'm sure Glenn is going to come up with a great game plan to stop Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield doesn't even scare me one bit. He's not a Burrow. He's not a Lamar Jackson. He's just a decent quarterback surrounded by talent. No wonder the Browns got rid of him after 4 years because he stunk. I think the Jets defense goes in there and they're going to beat Tampa, who they're 10-3 all time against.
Yeah. I disagree a lot with what you just said. Like, a lot.
how about this? Is there one thing he said that you agree with? Because I think the answer is no. No.
I mean, he's not Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson. I'll give him that. But I think he's proving to be a top 10, 12 quarterback in this league right now. And you mentioned the Browns were right to get rid of him. The Browns have how many games have they won since they let Baker Mayfield go? And how much good quarterback play have they gotten? They let him go and gave Watson the largest contract in the history of the NFL, the most guaranteed money ever. How'd
plus
that
traded
work
a bunch
out?
of first-round picks for him.
Right, plus traded a bunch of
and
first-round
now
picks for
watching
him.
Joe Flacco start games.
And now Joe Flacco starting while, Baker Mayfield's like a trendy, sexy little under-the-radar MVP pick. Like, I mean, come on. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that you should be terribly afraid of Baker Mayfield or that, how can you go into Tampa and win against Baker Mayfield? Sure. I mean, yeah, he's not that guy. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Patrick Mahomes. I'll give you that. But the dude's balling right now. The dude is absolutely balling. He is fearless. He is gritty. I mean, he could be my quarterback. I don't know. I'm on the record saying it. We talk about it all the time. If you want to really win in this league consistently, year in and year out, and be a contender, you need to have, one of those top guys. And I don't know if I'm ready to put Baker Mayfield in that top guy category, but he's starting to make a case for it. That's how well he's playing. That's how well he's playing. Let's just be fair. They put up a ton of points. He throws a lot of touchdown passes. He plays well. He's running all over the place. He's getting flipped. He's got an attitude about him. Baker Mayfield's really good. If you think it's going to be easy to go into Tampa Bay because, I don't know, over the last 20 years they haven't started 3-0, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. Like, this is not going to be easy. Could the Jets go win? Of course. It's the NFL. Crazier things have happened. Are the Jets capable of going in there? Is Baker Mayfield capable of throwing 3 interceptions? Yeah. But the idea that you're not scared of him, this is gonna be a really tough game to win. Like, I haven't even checked the lines yet. They've got to be underdog by at least 4 points.
It opened yesterday with 6.5. Yeah. I don't know if it changed after the Bucs won tonight.
It probably has. Let me double check. We could check lines here on the fan. 6.5 still. So you're talking about going in as practically a touchdown underdog. You think that's an easy game to win? That is not an easy game to win. Now, the betting line isn't, anything other than a number that they think they can get 50-50 on the money. Like, I get it. But, that's a tough game to win. Tough game to win. And they got to come up with one hell of a game plan. And offensively, they're going to have Tyrod Taylor as their quarterback. I said it all offseason, so I can't say that they can't win with Tyrod Taylor because I don't think it's that much of a drop-off. I really don't. I think him and Justin Fields, I don't think there's that much of a drop-off. I don't think Justin Fields gives you that much better of a chance. Like, if it came out today, miraculously, that Justin Fields is the starting quarterback, you think the line moves at all? Do you think it goes down to 6 or even 5.5? I do not think it does. I don't think the line moves at all if Justin Fields is the announced quarterback. Or once they come out and announce it that it is Tyrod Taylor, I don't think the line moves at all. I don't think it goes to 7 or 7.5 because Tyrod Taylor is announced as the quarterback.
So you think Justin Fields going 3 for 11 passing in a game with 27 yards is more relevant than the Jets beating the Bucs every game except one from 1976 to 2013?
Is that right? They've only lost one game to the Bucs since the 70s? Now, I know those for a long time the Bucs weren't very good, but that's a pretty good stat. Hell, they've only lost to the Eagles once, right? Now, the last time they played them, they lost.
No, they've only beat the Eagles once.
Oh, they've only beat the Eagles once, right?
That was the first win.
Right.
Actually, and the last Bucs-Jets game was Antonio Brown taking his jersey off and quitting.
That's right. Look, it's going to be a tough game, but they've got to show up. That's the main thing. Because I said this, when you have a coach, right? If you have a coach that you hire, and he is and not that Aaron Glenn isn't a good defensive coach. He is. He was a good defensive coordinator for the Lions. He was. I mean, I know they had a lot of guys down, but Jaden Daniels ate his lunch in the playoffs. But he had a lot of guys down, to be fair. He's a very good defensive coach. I wouldn't say otherwise. But he's not a guru. right? If you hire an and there's really defensive gurus hard to come by these days. There's one in Seattle right now. There's a handful. But, like, if you hire an offensive-minded head coach, if you hire, a coordinator, if you do what the Bears just did, like if you hire that kind of coach, Ben Johnson. Sorry, the name escaped me for a second. But if you hire a Ben Johnson, you hire one of these you hire a Norv Turner, you hire, someone like that. And, as the games go on, it takes time. And you can say, all right, well, listen, the offense is coming around. We've got to get the quarterback that meets this thing. Like there's a process that you're waiting for the offense to take hold and, for the team to work its way around that. When you hire a culture builder, and that's what he is. He was hired as a culture builder. He wasn't hired as someone who was going to, revolutionize how the Jets play defense. Like as good as a defensive coach as he is, he's not, he was hired because he's going to set a standard and he's going to change the culture and he don't take no BS and he's going to cut this one and cut that one and he's going to hold players accountable and he's going to change how the Jets do business and he's going to bring a new wave of consistency, and you're going to stop seeing all the pre-snap penalties and all that, and it's going to be a new way to play football. Like, that's how he was hired. When that is the reason you're hired and that's what you're selling to the players, it's hard to buy in when you're 0-2. It's hard to buy in when you get your ass kicked against Buffalo. You got to come out there, and it should be easy to buy in off the Pittsburgh game, and they completely fell flat on their face. Now, it's 2 weeks. He's got plenty of time. I'm not even suggesting that he's failed at anything just yet. I thought he had a miserable game. He was doing some of this, he's punting down, 17 points late in the game. Like, he's doing some things that typically just are what the Jets have seen out of their head coach for years. But I'm not ready to declare. I'm not trying to tell you that I don't think Aaron Glenn's going to be a good head coach. I'm just telling you, when you sell, we're changing the culture around here, and yet you lose the first game because of turnovers and penalties, and then you get your ass kicked by the Buffalo Bills and don't have an offense and have a quarterback that goes 3 for 11, and the Buffalo Bills do whatever they want and Cook runs it down your throat. Like, it's tough to say, oh, well, he's changing everything when it looks exactly the same. Neil and Hawthorne. What's up, Neil?
Hey, thank you so much for taking my call.
You got it, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, I'm a long-time listener. I listen to the fan all the time, and I just have to say your monologues are very refreshing, especially with some of the slop I'm hearing on this station sometimes. So,
come on. There's no need to talk about Lugauer like that. That's just it's ridiculous.
I was talking more about Sal, but yeah, let me get into my points here.
Yeah.
Number one, this game, Giants-Cowboys. Russell Wilson had to silence all the critics.
He certainly did.
With this performance here. All the Jackson Dart stuff, it has to end. This guy's looking tough. He's looking ready to play.
I don't think there's any doubt. You could put the Jackson Dart should start campaign on the back burner. There's no doubt he played well enough. The offense, and if the offense goes out there and plays well against Kansas City in any way, shape, or form, and I'm not sure how much faith I have in that, but if that's what happens, then they're going to push this back as long as possible because they want to win some games. And as great as Jackson Dart's preseason was, and as much hope as we have for him and in him, like if Russell Wilson's playing well, there's no doubt he gives you the best chance to win than some rookie making his NFL career start. Like that's just. So
1,000%.
They're going to try and win some football games while that's still on the table. And, they want to let this kid learn. So, yes, as long as Russell Wilson's playing even close to the way he did on Sunday, you're not going to even talk about Jackson Dart for another 3, 4, 5 weeks.
My hope is that Jackson Dart doesn't see a day of football this season. I want him to sit the whole year.
That was the plan too, but I'm starting to think that's not possible. Good.
Let me talk about the defense. First of all, the Giants' defense on paper should be top 10 in the league, from my perspective. I think the issue is that Bowen he's not disguising these defenses at all. I think the offenses know what the Giants are running before they even break the huddle.
I don't know about that.
He's rushing 4. Is there any? I haven't seen a quarterback do an audible yet against the Giants.
I'm sure they have. I'm trying to think back. I can't, like, off the top of my head, give you a specific play. But, I mean, they scored 10 points in the first half. They scored 10 points in the first half and then threw an interception in their first possession of the second half. It's not like there was never a stretch where the defense made any stops. And then in overtime, they made 2. In overtime, they made 2. Now, I'm not saying that makes it a good defensive performance. It was not. But I'm just saying, like, the idea that, there was never any competence or they never made a stop. Like, they gave up 10 points in the first half, turnover in the first possession of the second half, and then in 2 separate possessions in overtime, forced punts with a kicker who can kick a 70-yard field goal. So they didn't even get, to midfield. I'm not happy with Bowen. But, like, again, a couple of bad play calls, one particular drive played scared, which absolutely cost them. He's been unable to stop the run for the most part since becoming the GM and since becoming the DC, and that's pretty much what he was hired for. I am not happy with him. I wish they would have moved on from him in the offseason. But a lot of it's execution. They did hold, as bad as the defense was against Washington, they did hold them to only 21 points. I'm not saying you should throw a parade for it, but they didn't get blown out because the defense couldn't stop Jaden Daniels. In this game, they had a miserable second half, and a miserable final 25 seconds, and then rebounded and gave you a pretty good performance in overtime. But this pass rush, you mentioned, he's only rushing 4. Like, they went out. They paid Burns big-time money. They drafted Thibodeau with the 6th overall pick, or 5th or 6th overall pick. They've got Dexter Lawrence, who is the best interior lineman pass rusher in the game, and they drafted Abdul Carter with the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. Big-time money, top first-round pick. That's the 4 guys that are supposed to be making inroads into making the quarterback's life difficult so you can have more guys in the backfield and not have to blitz. Like, that's what makes you great. We talk about it all the time. You know how they won Super Bowls? You know how they beat Tom Brady? They didn't beat Tom Brady blitzing him. They beat Tom Brady, but Justin Tuck breaking through the middle of the line and getting in his face. They won a Super Bowl having Osi Umenyiora on the edge and being able to play, all their defensive backs and linebackers in the back in coverage. They didn't need to send blitz. Do you know the advantage you have if you can get home with 4? And that's what we were told they're going to have. That's what they're supposed to be. That's the strength of this defense. And so far, and it's early, and it's a couple games into Abdul Carter's career, not good enough. So far, not good enough. And Burns has played well. Ryan in Rockland. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, MC. How you doing?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
My call.
You got it, man.
I really need to let you know what's going on with all the Giants fans, because I know, it's your job to actually watch the games.
Yeah.
Dude, we're done. I haven't watched a Giants game in like 10 years.
Well, I think you're in the minority on that one, buddy. I don't think the rest of the fan base doesn't watch for a decade.
No one cares. I mean, have you seen what Danny Dimes did with the Colts? Now they're 2-0. Where's Brett from Long Island? I can't wait to hear that call.
Yeah, he'll probably call it sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. But, I mean, that's a good point. How do you know about – you haven't watched in 10 years. What do you know about Daniel Jones?
Yeah, everyone can see the highlights. Everyone knows what's going on. Come on, like don't try to pull me like that. Come on.
You called me and said you haven't watched in 10 years. So how am I supposed to know you even know Daniel Jones played for the Giants?
Is that what we're doing? Like,
you called me and said you haven't watched them in 10 years. Is that what we're doing?
At least did 2 stops in overtime. Oh, that's great. Wasn't the Giants' defense supposed to be like one of the top defenses in the league, and they gave up 30 points last game?
They're supposed to have one of the.
Sucks,
they're supposed to have.
No wonder why no one's watching. No one cares, Mo.
Okay, I'm sorry. You don't care, Ryan. I don't know what to tell you. Don't waste my time at 2:50 just to call me up and say you don't care. Then don't care. Go quietly and do whatever you do care about at 2:50 in the morning. People care. The idea that nobody cares and nobody's watching is ridiculous. The Giant fans care. The Giant fans care very much, and the Giant fans are watching. It's the NFL. We're all watching. We all care. That's the truth. And I don't think they were supposed to have one of the best defenses in the league. No. They're supposed to have one of the best pass rushes in the league. That they're definitely supposed to have. They're supposed to have one of the better defensive units in the league. They're supposed to get after the quarterback pretty damn well. It's been 2 weeks. Not good enough. And I'm not telling you it was a good defensive performance because they got 2 stops in overtime. I'm just saying the defense did get 2 stops in overtime. They had it at that very minimum. They did give the offense 2 separate chances to go down and kick a field goal. An offense that couldn't be stopped in the entire second half, scored 21 points in the fourth quarter, couldn't get into field goal range. Like, that's part of why they lost. Like, I'm just talking about why they lost. As bad as the defense was in the second half, as terrible as they were in the final 25 seconds, they did give the Giants offense 2 separate chances to get into field goal range and win the game. And the Giants and Russell Wilson couldn't do it. It's all part of why they lost. But no, I'm not happy with the defense. But, I mean, if you think we should just stop talking about them, I don't know what to tell you. Let's go to Cologne and Hawthorne. What's up?
Hey, Chris. How you doing?
Good. How are you,
buddy? Chris, I'm the Jets. I'm good. Thank you. I'm the Jets. Well, I was disappointed. Obviously, they didn't show up. But, they ran the ball well against Pittsburgh.
They did.
And Buffalo had trouble stopping the run against the Ravens.
Absolutely.
So I thought this game, they would run the ball.
As did
Breece Hall,
as did most of us think that. Yep. I didn't know if they'd win the game. I didn't even know if they'd cover. I liked it. I thought they'd keep it close, but I certainly, at the minimum, thought they'd be able to run the football a little bit. I thought they'd be able to do that at the bare minimum, and they couldn't do anything.
Yeah. That was my biggest disappointment. And also against Tampa Bay, that's not going to be an easy game. No. And one thing about Baker Mayfield, I don't watch them all the time, and I heard this reporter said that Baker, every now and then, he runs 10, 20 yards to keep a drive alive, and he did the same thing today in the fourth quarter to take the lead. Yeah. He ran for 20, 30 yards to continue. So that's not going to be an easy game.
Absolutely not. Go ahead, real quick. No, but I'm totally with you. The Tampa's going to be a tough game. They're 6.5-point underdogs. It's not going to be an easy game.
The Giants looked better. They lost. They got 2 more tough games before the Saints. They do the same thing, play well, but lose the next 2 games. You know what? Why put Jackson Dart? They're going to want to have at least 1 win in this season. So I don't think Dart is a lose next week.
I completely agree with you. Even if they lose, if the offense looks even close to what it looked like against Dallas, you're going to continue to see Russell Wilson. As long as Russell Wilson is playing well and putting up points, I don't think there's any reason to go to Jackson Dart until the season is literally mathematically eliminated. And even I think they'll go a while as long as Russell Wilson's playing well. The reason it got such noise after week 1 is because Russell Wilson looked terrible. Russell Wilson looked awful in week 1. The offense looked awful, so out came all the Jackson Dart should play. This quieted it for a week, and now we will see how he plays against Kansas City. If he's terrible against Kansas City and they have no offense and they lose 31-3 and he throws 2 interceptions, everyone's going to be clamoring for him to play against the Chargers. That's just how it works. But right now, it's on the back burner. And as long as the offense looks like that in any way, shape, or form, I don't think they're going to put up 500 yards. I don't think Russell Wilson's going to throw for 450 against the Chiefs. But if he throws for 260, throws 2 touchdown passes, and they lose 31-28, you can forget Jackson Dart. He's not playing. And that's the right thing to do. 888-808-1019. Walt, Vinny, we're going to get to you on the other side. Quick break, quick update. Come right back. We'll take your calls. We'll get to the baseball before 5 o'clock. We'll get to the Yankees, and we'll get to the beginning of tonight. The Mets taking on the San Diego Padres, trying to hold off the Reds, the Giants, the Diamondbacks. It's time to secure this playoff spot as they take on a couple of tough teams here down the road. So we'll see how the Mets handle it. The Yankees with a mind-numbing, lazy, lackluster, sleepy effort in Minnesota as they drop 7-0. And now the Phillies have clinched the division, and pretty much so have the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll get to it all. 888-808-1019. But still your football calls, Giants and Jets coming up next after the update We'll be with Marco McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
You got to ramp up your defense. You got to get them all over the opposing quarterback. And I know it's easier for me to say this after the fact and fans to feel this way after the fact, because if you do blitz and you do expose one of your defensive backs and CeeDee Lamb's running for a touchdown, you're going to get screamed at either way.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready. We're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard. When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Yankees, no answers for Simeon Woods Richardson, who fired 6 innings and 2 hit ball, 11 Ks. The Twins shut out the Yankees 7-0. Carlos Rodon gave up 2 runs over 6, but Luke Weaver torched for 5 runs in a third of an inning. Aaron Boone, though, seemed to think that the line was worse than it looked.
A couple free passes and a couple balls that found holes to start where, like the Larnach ball, it's a double, yeah, but it's kind of 2 strikes. It's where he wants it. It fists him a little bit and just kind of dumped it down the line. So, but no, a ton of confidence in Weave, the way he's throwing and that he's going to get big outs.
Blue Jays won again, so the Yankees 5 back, 1 up on Boston for that top wild card. Phillies officially clinched the NL East. Mets off, lead the Diamondbacks now by a game and a half, 2 on the Reds and the Giants for that final wild card. Status for Justin Fields remains unclear for the Jets on Sunday.
He's in the protocol right now, and it's always a hard one to really just try to evaluate until we get more information. So I'm sure I'll be giving you guys more information as the week progresses.
Tyrod Taylor will get the nod if Fields can't go. Football Monday night, couple of games. Chargers took out the Raiders 20-9, intercepted Geno Smith 3 times, and the Bucs got a Rashad White 2-yard touchdown run, just 6 seconds left. They stunned the Texans 20-19. 66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, this is actually appropriate because I wanted to talk about something. This song's appropriate. I Miss You by Blink 182, which played at Bethel Woods up by me. Well, I'm not quite as far as Bethel Woods and the old Woodstock, but it's somewhat near me, about 45-minute drive. And I had a couple friends trying to convince me to come on, man, we'll rent a van, we'll drive down there, I'm like, to go see Blink 182? No, thank you. But, I'm different. Steve Miller Band? All right, maybe. No. But I miss you because, I don't know, we've got so much going on, right? The Giants are friggin' a disaster. The Jets are even worse, if that's possible. The Yankees lost a tough game last night. The Mets might be having a season slip away in one of the worst fashions you could possibly imagine. How are we going to get out of this? What can we do? Give us something nice. Give us something fun. Give us some good news, Chris. Give us some good news, fat man. What can we do? How can we figure this out? How can we have a good day? How can we get some positive vibes going to change what's going on here? Well, let me tell you how. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, Tom Brady is coming out of retirement. Tom Brady is joining Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, Max Crosby, Rob Gronkowski, Sauce Gardner, Myles Garrett, and others for the Fanatics Flag Football Championship in Saudi Arabia on March 21st. Woo! Tom Brady's going to be slinging it again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, oh Lord. Thank you so much for bringing Tom Brady back into our lives. I don't know why. I mean, it's just what we needed. I mean, we're so divided as a people, so divided as a country. So much is going on. It's our teams are awful. No one believes the Yankees can win, especially awful last night. I mean, there's no one who actually thinks this lousy team could win anything. The Mets are going to be out of the playoffs within a couple of days. Our football teams, the season's already over. Like, there's just nothing good going on. And that's when my man steps up. That's when Tom Brady realizes this is the time to reinvigorate the rest of the world. He's going down to Saudi Arabia. I don't know what's going on there. They're going to have WrestleMania in a couple of years, but I'm sure they're having their share of issues too. Tom Brady is going to save us all. Thank God Tom Brady is back in our lives. Thank God we're going to get to see Tom Brady play quarterback again. It's been so long. It's been a long, dark journey without Tom Brady. Oh, my God. Thank God. I don't know what I would have done. We got to see him last night with the headset on. I'm like in the press box or, with the team and everything. Oh, I am so glad. It's clearly what's been missing. No Tom Brady for far too long. Thankfully, we're going to get to watch Tom Brady play flag football. Just everyone could take a deep breath now. Is this guy ever going to leave? Are we ever going to be done with Tom Brady? Like, who gives a flying you-know-what that Tom Brady is going to be playing flag football? Are we serious? Adam Schefter has to, tweet it out. He's going to make a big announcement. Tom Brady had to make a big announcement that he's playing in some sort of, is it charity? I read that, and that's all I cared to read. I don't know if it's for a cause or anything. If it's raising money for a good cause, God bless him. That's always a good thing. But honestly, who gives a flying, what that this dude is back playing flag football, competitive flag football? Are we serious? Are we serious? Man, go away. Just go away. Be a broadcaster, and that's it. Don't do roasts. Don't play flag football. Don't be a part of the race. Just stop. I can't take it anymore. This is news that Tom Brady's going to play flag football? Oh, my God. I can't.
Or just go be an owner full time, and we don't really have to hear from you.
Just go be an owner. Absolutely. Take over the Raiders. Go win championships with them, and then we'll have the discussion on whether or not he's the greatest owner of all time. I can't. He's not. He's coming out of retirement. Well, sort of. Oh my God, he's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. It's like we can't live without Tom Brady. Can't function without Tom Brady. We need Tom Brady in our lives. Oh, please. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm going to watch Tom Brady play football again. Who cares? I wonder, what will this do for his legacy if he wins the flag football championship? Does that make him the greatest quarterback ever? Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm just so sick of Tom Brady. It's just obnoxious. It's obnoxious. I'm so tired of it. Just stop. When he's got to be involved in the golf thing. Oh, they're gonna have a golf. He's got to go play with Tiger Woods and he's got to go play with Tiger Woods and Lefty to go figure it. He'll play with Adam. This one and that one and Rodgers and Josh Allen and it's just stop. Man. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls. Walt in Oceanport. What's up, Walt?
Well, hey, how's it going, Chris?
Good, how are you, buddy?
Good. I was about to hang up because you said you were going to take me after the commercial, and but then you went on the rant about Tom Brady, and I've been laughing for the last 3 minutes, and I was like, no, hang on here. He's onto something.
I am onto something. Enough of Tom Brady. I'm onto it. We're all onto it. But what do you want to say about the Giants?
I was totally digging it, but I'm actually, to be honest with you, I'm probably one of the few Giant fans. I'm disappointed that we lost yesterday, but I'm going to go as far as to say that I'm feeling really invigorated because it was 2 years ago, okay, when the Cowboys blew the Giants out, and why Danny Dimes was in the rain game all the way to the fourth quarter and didn't get plucked out. That was like a 40-0 game, and I thought it was going to turn into a 60-0 basketball game.
Yeah.
And now, yesterday, it was competitive. When was the last time that the Giants were leading in a game? I mean, so I'm like,
it feels that way, doesn't it? I don't know.
Well, no, I'm juiced up, and the thing is that because I've been listening to you for a little bit, and all the money that they have spent, okay, on the defense, okay, the defense was fair to middling in the beginning of the game, the first half. That one guy who lost his mind, who had Houston,
James Hudson
or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. He had four things in a row, and thankfully they plucked him out of there. But I mean, listen, I thought the offense. You put up 37 points, okay,
yeah.
And I'm looking forward to them playing the Chiefs because I think the Chiefs are going to implode. Okay, you got Travis Kelce throwing his helmet. Things aren't all good over there, and
no, but I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm looking forward to the game too. And thank you for the call. I'm looking forward to the game too. I am. I want to see if this I enjoyed watching the game, and I know this is pathetic. I admit it. I think you and I are pathetic. I appreciate the phone call, but I have to admit we should not be pleased with it. That was a brutal loss, and that's the only thing that should matter is they lost the football game. But unfortunately, they've been so bad for so long, it wasn't for me. And I was talking to Marco's more of a loser than I am. I was talking to Marco during the break. He's like, I fully come out feeling good about them. He didn't even, he was like, that was a positive game for the New York Giants, flat out. I still think it highlights the idea that they have no idea how to win. I still think that's the major takeaway. But a lot of me is enthused by the offense. We haven't seen that in forever. I know the caller before brought up Daniel Jones. He's 2-0. I get it. And he's played very well. They absolutely should have lost the game, but he won and he played. Even if they would have lost, he played well. Not arguing it. He played well. I don't think they've punted in the first two games. He's played great. One, he wouldn't have been this with the Giants. It just wasn't going to work anymore. Even if the Giants got better, it wasn't going to work anymore. But also, Russell Wilson had a day that Daniel Jones has never had in his whole career. 450 yards? He was throwing it all over the place. We haven't seen that in forever. So, yeah, part of me, especially in Dallas to the Cowboys, part of me comes out feeling relatively good on some level, and I am interested now to see if that's just a fluke. I have no expectations of winning the game against Kansas City, as much as they might have some of the issues you're talking about. And I do think Kelce is, this close to washed. And he dropped a huge pass against the Eagles that turned into an interception. I do think they're not as good. Right now, they're dealing with Worthy's injury. They still don't have Rice. Hollywood Brown is their best wide receiver right now. I get it. There are issues with Kansas City. I don't have any misconceptions that the Giants will win the game. I don't. And I don't have any misconceptions they're going to have 500 yards of offense and score 37 points. But I am interested to see if they can look like a functioning offense and score some points and move the football and have Malik Neighbors have a good game with 8-9 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Can those trends continue? Can we still see good offensive football against the Chiefs? It's not going to be as good as it was. It's not going to be 500 yards. It's not going to be 37 points. But can they score 25 points? Can they score 30 points against the Chiefs? Can they find a way to move the football? Because I want to see that, especially from an offensive-minded head coach that I'm trying to make a decision about. Yeah, the penalties. Yeah, the defense. Yeah, this. Yeah, that. He's an offensive head coach, and he's been an offensive head coach who hasn't given the Giants any freaking offense for the last 2 years. Is that going to change? Because for me, that's a big deal with Brian Daboll. I understand he's the head coach, and the win-losses are on him, and this is on him, and that's on him. He's an offensive coach. Even though he doesn't call the plays, it's his offense. And I want to see if he can win and have a good offense with the quarterback he handpicked to run the offense. If he can do that, I'm going to start feeling better about him. There's no doubt. I'm sorry, I am. And that's why I think this week is very important, because they need to turn that performance, even in a loss, even as heartbreaking as it was, and even as hard as the players took it, they have to find a way to find the positive in it and have that be the first game of the future of the New York Giant offense. And have that be something they build upon and not do what the Jets did and completely have it be meaningless. If they go out and get their doors blown off and don't do anything offensively and score 6 points, that game against the Cowboys is even worse. Then it becomes meaningless. Then it's just a heartbreaking loss with nothing behind it. I'll take the heartbreaking loss if it means they found something offensively and can start to build on it. Because, let's be honest, we didn't have any expectations of playoffs anyway. So if they can build on something here, have an offense, have this quarterback watch the offense, have him learn under Russell Wilson, watch a functioning offense, have an offensive line that can actually create and allow a functioning offense, then you start to perform better that way. Hopefully the defense finds itself. You start winning some football games, or at least putting up some numbers and feeling like you're in every game. And then you make the transition to the young quarterback who's now learned the offense behind an offensive line that's proved you can have an offense, and with the weapons that are starting to prove you can have an offense. And then you feel like you're building something with this offensive-minded head coach that you could take into the future with Jackson Dart. That's what I'm looking for. So let's see if they can build off that. Vinny in Manhattan. What's up, Vinny?
Good morning.
Good morning.
The offense played great for the Giants, and the defense played terrible for the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
But then we win the coin toss, and he wants to put his defense back on the field. I think that was totally absurd. I think that's totally you go to that. I don't think you could go down and get a touchdown. I don't think you could end the game. I don't think you're good enough.
Well, you can end the game. There's the new rules this year where you're guaranteed the football anyway. That's why he did it.
Even after a touchdown? Oh, now I understand.
Even after a touchdown. Even if Dallas would have went down and scored a touchdown, the Giants are guaranteed the ball back. And you take it second. Okay. You take it second because you know what you need, and you would have that fourth down. Because if you get the ball first, you're not going to go for it on fourth. Like, if you know what you need. Like, if you know the team, if they scored a touchdown, they scored a field goal. Yeah. No, they changed the rules. I know, they did. It's been...
Soon they're gonna put the field goal back. They're changing all the rules. They're ruining the game.
Well, listen, maybe they should move the field goal back. I don't know if you've noticed, in the first 2 weeks of the NFL, I have more confidence in a 55 to 65-yard field goal than I do the extra point. They have missed, every time I turn and see a highlight, someone's making a 55, 60-yard field goal. And then every time I watch a game, I see 2-3 extra points miss the game. It's amazing. Maybe they should move the field goal back, because let's be honest, I mean, a 60-yard field goal is not what it used to be. A 60-yard field goal is now what used to be a 50-yard field goal. Like, you can get beat by it. I mean, I appreciate how good these kickers have been. Maybe they should, I don't know. Maybe narrow the goalpost a little bit. There are too many games ending on, and this isn't just because I'm a Giant fan and the game ended on a 64-yard field goal, although it might have something to do with it. But it feels like it's too easy to make these long kicks. I don't know. But yes, that's the rule in the NFL now. I guess I should double check. I can't remember if they instituted it last year or this is the first year with it. I think it's the first year with it because they made a big deal on the broadcast to like kind of go over and explain it. I think it's the first year. This is the first year. For the last handful of years, they changed it to if you score a touchdown. It used to just be sudden death, obviously, for years. Then after the Bills game and the Bills and Mahomes and stuff, they changed it to you can go down. If you score a touchdown, you win the game. Now they've changed it to you guaranteed the ball. No matter what the first team does, you guaranteed the ball. And the reason why you'll take it second is because you want to know what you have to do. And if you need to score, you can go, like if you're the first team and you have 3rd and 4 at the 40-yard line or 30-yard line, you're going to probably still punt because you're like, I can't give it to him right here because then a field goal beats me. But if the other team goes down and scores, now you know I need the touchdown. You have like an extra down to play with. And you just know and you can make a decision whether or not to go for 2 if you want to. Like there's just the benefit of knowing what the first team did. And you'll get the extra play, theoretically. You get the extra play because you know you're going to go for it on 4th down. So that's why. So, but yes, obviously, if it's sudden death or it's the opportunity to, if you had an opportunity to just go down and end the game, you would never kick. You would never give them, you would always take the ball. Absolutely. The rule changed. Steve in Rockland. What's up, Steve?
Okay, Chris. So, we saw Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the play he got injured on. The Giants are valuated at $10 billion. The Jets got to be another at least $5 billion to $10 billion. You know, somewhere in the $5 to $10 billion range.
Yeah.
Do you think the Giants and the Jets could get together and maybe put a grass field in there, even if it costs a couple of dollars extra, just to enhance the safety of the players, or at least to some degree? Isn't it time?
Concussions really, concussions haven't been the issue, really. The issue with that building has been knees and ankles and stuff with the turf.
Yeah, but on that play,
I don't know for a fact he doesn't have a concussion on grass. I don't know. I hear what you're saying. They've been talking about putting grass in that field for a long time. I wouldn't be opposed to it. And yes, it shouldn't necessarily be, it's too expensive. I don't disagree with you. They make a lot of money. They just sold.
They make a lot of money.
The Giants just sold 10%. Yeah, between the two teams, they could invest in some grass. But I think they want other events there and stuff. But I don't necessarily. I just think, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think the vehicle for your argument, I don't know if the concussion is what makes me. We've seen a lot of ACL. Remember a couple of years ago, the 49ers came in and half the team tore their ACL. It was crazy. And we've seen guys. We saw what's his name, wide receivers he's been with the Bucs the last couple of years. I can't think of his name. Young kid they drafted. He kind of just got his ankle just caught out of nowhere and tore up his ankle.
The non-contact.
We've seen the non-contact injuries, yeah.
Yeah, you could cut down on that. Just even if it cuts down on it, it cuts into it. Just, I don't want to say cut into, but you eliminate that.
I get you. I don't know why you didn't want to say cut into. It's because the pun on the surgery. No, I don't think concussions. I don't think it's that hard. It's not like the vet where it was literally like one of those roll-up putting greens over cement. This is, I've been on the field. When I would do the last handful of years, I was helping with the Giants radio, and I was on the sidelines. I've been on the field. It's not like concrete. It's soft. I don't think the concussions are the issue. I would venture to guess that there aren't an overload of concussions at MetLife as opposed to other places. There have been knee issues and ankle issues at a higher level than other places, and there have been teams that complain about it. Not so much the concussion issue. But, just the overall idea of them putting in grass, yeah, they've talked about it a lot. 888-808-1019. We'll still take your football calls. We'll get into a little bit of baseball with the Yankees last night in a disappointing loss. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. You can check me out on the Odyssey app, obviously, on the radio. And, of course, you could live stream me right now and see what kind of shirt I'm wearing. Hint, I'm wearing an Epcot, a vintage old Epcot shirt that I had to buy once because I had I forget what happened. I had a shirt incident at Epcot, and I had to run into the store and buy a new shirt, and this is what I got. It's kind of a mustard colored, like Mike's Amazing Mustard. The best mustard around. I have people tweeting me pictures of them buying mustard at the store. That's right. Go get that spicy brown. It's the best. Blows the others out of the water. I was amazed. It literally made me almost tear up. It's so spicy. It's so good. 888-808-1019. You listening, Mike's Amazing? We'll take your calls coming up. I got you for another hour and a half right here until 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. We'll be right back.
Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 3:32. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. All right, we're going to get to the calls in a second. Let's talk a little Yankee baseball off of last night, because I got to tell you, I'm a little annoyed about last night. I'm a little annoyed. First off, let's start with this. Congratulations. I'll do it now. Congratulations to the Toronto Blue Jays. With the win last night and the Yankee loss, it is damn near impossible. It's not over just yet, but it's damn near impossible for the Yankees to win this division. The Blue Jays have done a really nice job. They've played very well since losing that series to the Yankees, and they have been on fire. They've come from behind. They were losing 1-0 last night. They come back and win. 2 separate times against the Orioles, they came back and win. They have played extremely well. They have found ways to win, and they have a stranglehold on this division. So congratulations to the frauds. We will see if they one step closer to proving me wrong and shutting me up. But as of right now, they're still the frauds. But we'll get to that on another time. Congratulations. They are probably, most likely, almost certainly going to win the American League East. So that means the Yankees are playing important games now after the gauntlet against lousy teams that will dictate whether or not they have home field advantage in the wild card series. Because as I just said, 99.99999%, they're going to be a wild card team. And I want those games, and they should want those games in Yankee Stadium against the Red Sox, against anybody. It's most likely going to be Boston. And now the Yankees are officially 1 game up on Boston, 1 in the loss column. And I want those games at Yankee Stadium. This weekend, they went in and took 2 out of 3 against Boston. I don't think they can't win in Fenway. But excuse me. But I think they have a much better chance of winning those games in Yankee Stadium. And last night, and you want me to get on the manager? Everybody thinks I'm nothing a Boone guy. I'm a Boone guy. I never criticize Boone. This is where I'll criticize Aaron Boone. Because, yes, that game was scheduled at Sunday at 1 o'clock, and then ESPN picked it up late, and the Yankees played Sunday Night Baseball, got on a plane at 12 o'clock, got into Minnesota late, barely slept, and they came out lifeless. That's just the fact. And I know I'm the king of telling you this. I am the king of it's easy to, in a baseball game, it's very easy to say the team was lifeless. If they don't hit, it's easy. It looks that way. They got completely shut down. They got shut down by Woods Richardson, who this was now the second time all year long he's made it through 6 innings. Did he locate? Did he have decent stuff? Yeah, he also hung about 1 million sliders in the middle of the plate, and the Yankees did nothing with it. And I'm sorry. They've done it now the last 3 times. And to be fair, they've had some bad scheduling. They have. I think it's been like 3 times in the last month. They have played a night game and been forced to travel that night and then play the next day in a different city. That's unfortunate. It sucks. And both times it happened, the last time it happened was the first game against the Toronto series. As they were coming from Houston, a night game on Thursday night, and then had to come back to Yankee Stadium and play Friday, while the Blue Jays were able to sit there and wait for that series. I don't care. I don't care. That can't be an excuse. Not with 13 games left, not with as many, not with only a 1-game lead. You can't, I don't care what the excuse is. I don't care how many hours of sleep you had. You cannot show up and be lifeless against Simon Woods Richardson. That can't happen. I'm sorry. And that's on the manager to make sure his team is ready to play. And I'm not saying they didn't care. I'm just telling you they didn't look like they were ready to play that baseball game. They were lifeless, and offensively, they were swinging through sliders in the middle of the plate. He pitched fairly well. He had a split finger working. It was a dipping out of the zone, a couple of really good ones to Cody Bellinger, for example. But overall, they played a lousy game. Caballero, who absolutely, don't misconstrue what I'm about to say, should absolutely still be the starting shortstop. I think they're going to still play Volpe. They might even play Volpe today. But Caballero had a miserable game. 2 separate defensive mistakes. He had a ball hit right at him up the middle, booted it, and then had the easiest of double plays and took 6 steps over to second base before getting it to Jazz. And then he gets picked off of second base after a double. If any one of those things, let alone 3 of them, happened to Anthony Volpe, I probably would have had to open with that instead of the New York Giants. And the football. He's got to be better. He's got to be better. It's okay to bring the same energy to him that we bring to Anthony Volpe or anybody else who makes mistakes. He doesn't get a pass just because he's replacing the player we hate. We want to talk about accountability. Caballero's got to be better. Yes, he hasn't done it a million times like Anthony Volpe has over the last year. He hasn't had 19 errors. It's only and none of these were even classified as errors. But there were 2 misplays defensively, and he got picked off of second base. Not good enough. And offensively, they were lifeless. And I don't care when they got in. I don't care when the flight was. These games are important. And I know they're coming off the 12-game gauntlet. It's a natural letdown spot. With 13 to play and only a 1-game lead in the wild card, there are no more natural letdown spots. And I know that they're going to make the playoffs. All right? They're in no fear of missing the playoffs. They're going to play a wild card series. I think it's important that they play that series in their building. I don't think that's minimum. I don't think that's minimal. I don't think that's not a big deal. I think it's a big deal. So these games are important. And you can't allow scheduling and lack of sleep or whatever else to affect you to that level like I think it affected them last night. And I'm hearing in the postgame, well, there's hardly anybody in the building. You're coming off big series in Boston on Sunday Night Baseball, these 12 games where you're playing all these playoff teams, and it felt like it was so important to go play well and to keep your head afloat, knowing that you've got these games on the back end where you're going to have a light schedule, and then you show up to Minnesota and nobody gives a damn, and there's 10 people in the stands, and you didn't get a lot of sleep the night before. All of that makes sense. All of that is something that can absolutely impact you in July, late June, not September 15th, 16th, when you need to win all of as many games as you possibly can to make sure that the Boston Red Sox are coming to the Bronx and that you're not going to Fenway. So I'm not going to make a huge deal out of it. It's 1 game. I still think they'll take this series, and I still think they'll win enough games down the stretch to probably do it. Their schedule's a hell of a lot easier. The Red Sox are going to play Toronto. Now they might have the division locked up by then, but this schedule is much easier for the Yankees, and I still expect them to go out there and secure this top wild card spot. But that kind of crap can't happen. That's the last time. I don't care what the scheduling is. I don't care how much sleep you got. You can't walk through a game against the Minnesota Twins and a pitcher who hasn't been able to get through 6 but once all year. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And then we get to the real issue of the game and then really of the team, the bullpen. And that is without question. As bad as the offense has been the last 2 nights, and I know they played crochet and they struck out a bunch last night, and absolutely, you watch this team right now, as great as he was since he came back from the injury for 2 months practically and was carrying the team while Judge was gone, Giancarlo Stanton is in one of his funks. He hasn't flailed at the outside sliders as much. He's done it a couple times. He didn't do it at all for 2 months. He's been doing it a couple times here or there, but he's striking out pretty much 50% of the time. In his last 42 at bats, he struck out 23 times. He's in a major funk right now, and they have 2 weeks to get him right before the postseason. And I have confidence they will. The offense, even in a slump here, it's always going to come down to whether they hit or not. But this is a good deep lineup. I like this offense. I can't guarantee they'll hit, but I'm not overly concerned about it. There's nothing to do. I like them. It's just a matter of if they show up and hit in the postseason, and that goes for every team. But they have as good a chance as any. I like the offense. The problem is the bullpen. And the problem is mainly Weaver. And it's not because he's the worst, because he's not. Doval has been much worse. Leiter of late has been worse. There are guys who've pitched worse in this bullpen. They need him to be one of the best. And right now, he's given up runs in his last 6 appearances outside of the brief one on Saturday, and that was a big one. On Saturday to secure a victory, runners on, came in, got 2 strikeouts. That was a good job in Boston. But outside of that performance, he has been bad now for a month. And the fact of the matter is there are not enough arms back there to feel good about their chances getting through a postseason and getting to a World Series and winning it if Weaver isn't a consistent, reliable reliever for them. That is a major problem. It's a major problem. He has got to be one of the guys you can rely on. He has to be. And that's why, like, I'm not even, there's almost nothing he can do the rest of the way to eliminate that from me. Like, he's going to be a 7th, 8th, 9th inning guy. That's just who he's going to be because they need him to be. But again, last night, I know the manager kind of told me, the first double, I will kind of agree. It was a cutter, like 3 or 4 or 5 inches off the plate, and the guy did a good job just to get the barrel on it and send it down the line. From that moment on, he wasn't very good. I'll agree the double was a nice piece of hitting. It wasn't a terrible pitch. Outside of that, he got hit around. And he wasn't throwing strikes consistently. And it's been like this for a while. They need to get Weaver right. They need to get Williams right. They need to make sure the split finger is splitting when it comes to Fernando Cruz. Right now, Bednar is the only guy that you have no worries about. But this bullpen, without question, is the biggest fear of a real good playoff run from this Yankee team. And they've got 2 weeks against bad teams. Part of it is going to be getting guys right. Part of it is going to be setting up the rotation, which is going to be an interesting question that we'll spend more time on who's the third starter and which one of these guys go to the bullpen. Because in the wild card series, they only need the 3 starters, obviously. And whether it's Schlittler or whether it's Luis Heel, it probably won't be Will Warren, especially off of his last start in Boston. So you could add Will Warren to the bullpen. You could add a Cam Schlittler or Luis Heel to the bullpen. So you'll have some added arms who've been pitching fairly well to really well from these starters over the last couple weeks, but you still need Weaver. He is too important to this team. And last night, a couple things that obviously bothered me. 1, Weaver, and 2, the idea that, they allowed the tough scheduling and the plane ride and the jet lag and the not enough sleep to go out there and sleepwalk against the Minnesota team that you should dominate and that you have dominated and that you better take the next 2 of 3 of. Because this is my whole problem and why I was so sarcastic and dismissive of the idea of the gauntlet. That I would, joke about it and laugh about it and mock the idea that all these games had extra meaning and it's important to prove you can do this and prove you can do that. How many games do you need to win? Oh, you got to go 8-4. Got to go 8-4. BS. You don't have to go 8-4. You got to try and win the division, and once that wasn't possible, you got to go out there and be the top wild card. That's all that matters. 8-4 is great because it gives you the best chance to go do that, but they didn't need to go 8-4 to prove anything to anybody or tell me, oh, now I know that they can beat the Red Sox or beat this team or beat that team. All nonsense. Those games mean virtually nothing come the first game of the wild card series. It means nothing. For the New York Yankees, Max Fried's going to go out there and pitch the first game of the wild card, and if he's great, the Yankees have a really good chance to win, and if he's not, they have a chance to lose. Bottom line, that's what's going to happen. Judge is going to hit or Judge is not going to hit. Stanton's going to be Stanton or he's going to struggle like he's been the last week. The bullpen's going to hold the lead or the bullpen's not going to hold the lead. These games meant virtually nothing when it comes to what's going to happen in the postseason. It just matters how they set up the postseason. And here we are playing lousy teams, and guess what? Amazingly enough, they matter just as much. And now you have to go out and perform well against lousy teams too. And even though you don't get your kicks from beating the Minnesota Twins, and you're not going to go run and tell your buddies that, oh, now I know they can do this, and now I know they can do that, these games against the Minnesota Twins mean just as much as it did against the Astros, just as much as it did against the Tigers, just as much as it did against now the Blue Jays because you had no chance to win the division. The only thing it didn't matter as much is Boston because that's the team you're trying to stay ahead of. But other than the Boston's 3-game series, these Minnesota Twins games mean exactly the same as a series against every other team they played in the gauntlet outside of the Red Sox. And that's why you can't afford to sleep through it and blame the jet lag. Can't happen. Can't happen. So I don't care where you're flying into. I don't care where you're flying out of. I don't care what time the flight is. I don't care what meal they served. I don't care what lousy movie you watched. I don't care who took money off you in the game of Pinochle. I don't care. You can't come out and look lifeless the way you did last night. Can't happen. That's the last time that can happen. They got to go pound these lousy teams and secure that top wild card spot. Bottom line. Now, yeah, they're not going to miss the postseason. They're in. But I do think it matters whether they're home or on the road. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the fan. Let's get to the calls. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Chris, I literally thought you forgot about me on hold.
No, why would I forget about you, Paul?
Everything I wanted to talk about, you just went through. So before I have to thoroughly disagree with you, which I almost never do, I have to get to the happy parts. Do you know about Weber's Hot Horseradish Mustard, a Buffalo food product? You would love it.
I don't know about it, but I do like horseradish, and I just saw a thing about St. Elmo's or whatever the steakhouse is in Indianapolis, and their shrimp hot cocktail and how much horseradish they put on it. But I do like horseradish.
Yeah, Weber's mustard. You
Listen,
can Google
there's only
it.
one
Delicious.
mustard on this show. I'll take your word for it, but it's Mike's Amazing.
All right, now let me disagree with you.
Sure.
You cannot blame the Yankees for what happened this past evening. This is the fault of Major League Baseball.
I don't disagree.
You can't ask a team to fly from Boston to Minnesota. And look, Stanton got a sombrero put on 2 hits. 2 hits by the lousy Minnesota Twins.
Yeah.
We can't field anything. Luke Reaver looks like he didn't know what he was doing out there. And that's because they just flew across the damn country after playing their hearts out for 12 games. No day off to the Twinkies who are sitting there waiting on them. I
get it, but no, I'm sorry. I'm not blaming them because you're right. Those circumstances suck. But that's not an excuse this time of year right now. You got it. You're a Major League Baseball team. You travel, 200 days out of the year. You got to find a way to still play the Minnesota Twins with a little bit of pep in your step. You just have to. That's what.
That's not the Yankee shill I know and love.
Well, I appreciate that. But, I'm not saying you're wrong. Major League Baseball screwed them. ESPN screwed them. I guess they picked up the game late. And it was scheduled for 1 o'clock, and then it became Sunday Night Baseball, and it screwed them. No doubt about it.
If I'm the union, that's something I'm putting into the next contract. ESPN can't just grab up a game and say this is going at 7 o'clock in the middle of the
these
playoff
games are
race.
important to ask the Yankees to do that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying they have to overcome it. They have to overcome it. They have to overcome it.
Yeah, we're going to play the Red Sox in the playoffs, Chris. I'm getting juiced up for that.
I am too. It's going to be the Red Sox.
Like them.
And what's that?
I really don't like them.
I don't like the Red Sox either. No,
like this Red Sox team.
I'm telling you right now, this is what and this is why I just don't get people sometimes. I don't know about you, but I'm with you. Do the Red Sox scare me? Of course. Let's be honest. The Yankees scare me. So whoever they play, I'm gonna be nervous about whether or not they can win the series. I had everybody and their mother telling me, "Don't worry about Kansas City." I was a wreck. That's who we are. That's who I am. But I can tell you right now, Yankees, Red Sox, hopefully Yankee Stadium, but even a Fenway wild card series, 3 games. I mean, who wouldn't want
with
that?
Jerk Chapman on the mound, I don't like him.
Who wouldn't want that?
Oh, we're gonna whip them. I think
they're a better team.
Bellinger's hit off Chapman the other night.
Yeah,
I think it gives everyone confidence. I don't fear him at all. We're gonna put it on the Red Sox.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I am I that confident they're going to go put it on the Red Sox? Not as confident as you sound, but I think they will. I think they're a better team. I do. I think they're a better team. I think they have a better lineup. I think they have better starting pitching. I think, and believe it or not, they're one of the few teams I can say this. I think they play defense better, and I think they run the bases better. They don't have as good. The Boston has a better bullpen, and you could argue their ace starting pitcher is better because that's how good Crochet's been, and the Yankees haven't hit him. So they might have the pitching advantage in game 1. I don't think, and Bayo's been good, but they just hit up Bayo. I think they have the pitching advantage in games 2 and 3, and I think they're better everywhere else except the bullpen. Which the bullpen's important, but I do think the Yankees are a better team. Doesn't mean they'll win the game or the games. Doesn't mean they'll win the series. But I think they're the better team. I think they're better. I think they're the best roster in the American League. I think they're better than the Blue Jays. I think they're better than the Tigers. I think they're the best roster. Does the best roster always win? It does not. Does that mean I'm predicting them to get to the World Series because I say they have the best roster? No, we'll see how it goes, see how I feel in the moment. There's a very good chance I will, but I do think they are the best team. If they play their game, I think they're better than everybody else. I think their rotation's the best. I think their lineup's the best. And And I do think Bednar can close, and they got to figure out the back end of that bullpen. But I mean, Hoffman is the closer for the Jays, and the rest of that rotation outside of Gausman, no, thank you. If you think that's better than the Yankees, it's not. Now the lineup doesn't strike out as much. I'll give you that. But are they as dangerous, as potent, or they're not? The Tigers lineup, not as good. The rotation outside of Skubal, not as good. And even the bullpen, the back end of the bullpen, I don't think they have an arm out. I don't think they have a Bednar. The Boston Red Sox, we just went through it. The Seattle Mariners, good top of the rotation. The lineup's been much better this year, but they're not better than the Yankees. They're not. The Astros aren't better than the Yankees, that's for sure. Doesn't mean they could lose to any of these teams. It's about playing their game. Like, this is the bottom line. It's going to be how you perform in the biggest moments. That's it. Like, I was just having an argument on Twitter. The Yankees don't have some defining characteristic or flaw that is fatal and that will ultimately be the end of them. They don't. There's nothing about this team in the way it's built that tells you they cannot win. There's nothing about the manager. There's nothing about the team. There is no reason why the Yankees can't win the World Series. Like, you can't tell me the 2023 Rangers, who won a championship, were built better, have something the Yankees don't, are some, like, look at what they were before, look at what they've been since. They're still on the outside looking into the postseason series, and they just went on a crazy run. Like, what did that 23 team have that any Yankee team under the Boone era outside of 23 not have? But do you know what they had? They had their star shortstop go off. They had their second starter pitch like an ace for 3 weeks. They had Nathan Eovaldi and Montgomery pitch great. Seager went nuts. And that's how they won a championship. And the bullpen pitched fairly well after being terrible. The entire last month, the bullpen had like a 7 ERA, and they lost the division in like the last 2 days, and the Astros were popping champagne, mocking them. And they were forced to go play the wild card series, and Eovaldi and Montgomery pitched great, and Seager went off. And they were lucky enough to have to face the Arizona Diamondbacks in the World Series because they beat the Dodgers and the Phillies. Explain all of that to me. The Yankees are good enough. The Red Sox are good enough. The Tigers may be good enough. The Blue Jays probably are good enough. The Dodgers are good enough. The Phillies are good enough. The Milwaukee Brewers are good enough. It's just a matter of whether or not they play well enough. All of those teams are capable of winning a championship. Only one will. Losing in the playoffs and not winning the World Series is not proof that you couldn't. It's how you play. And this Yankee team, over the last decade plus, has not played well enough. Will this be the year they play well enough? Let's hope so. But I'm sorry, I can't use that as an excuse last night. I don't disagree. The scheduling sucks. It's unfair. We saw it the first game of the Toronto series. Same thing. They're coming from Houston. Toronto had a day off in New York. Toronto had a day off hanging out in New York, getting ready for the game on Friday night, had Thursday off hanging out, going to trying the lemon cake that Francesa keeps talking about. Like, they're at Del Frisco's. They're at Del Frisco's eating Francesa's lemon cake, enjoying a Thursday night, while the Yankees are battling the beginning of the gauntlet out in Houston and then having to fly to the Yankee Stadium. You know what? Too bad. They got beat that night. Not good enough. Last night, same thing. They get, Minnesota's waiting for them at home. They got to go play Sunday Night Baseball against the Boston Red Sox and face Garrett Crochet on national television, get on a plane at midnight, fly to Minnesota, and then have to play that night. It sucks. It's unfair. It shouldn't have happened. Doesn't matter. You can't be shut out by the Minnesota Twins because you had a late flight. Sorry. Can't use that as an excuse. You're not wrong that it sucks. You're not wrong it's unfair. It's BS. Own it. Embrace it. Go play baseball. Bottom line. And the Yankees played a miserable game. And now they better get on a roll here because you do not want to go to Fenway. Make them come to Yankee Stadium. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Up there, be back. Say good morning. Get back into the football. Still take your Yankee calls. We'll get into the Mets as they go out, take care of the San Diego Padres as they begin the final push, trying to hang on to the final wild card spot. Our football teams are miserable, but we have a chance for some playoff baseball. Let's get to it. 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Archie Manning was going to come out and win the Heisman in week 1, Texas versus Ohio State. Don't believe that football hype. That football hype hits different. All that talk, all that speculation, none of that matters when there's 11 on 11 inside those white lines.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. We'll always go the extra mile for you. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. insurance. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Yankees passed the test with 7 wins and 3 series victories during their 12-game gauntlet against the best in the American League, but against a team they've owned for a quarter century, Yankees a no-show in Minnesota. Twins a 5-run 7th as they disposed of the Yankees 7-0. Luke Weaver giving up 5 runs while recording just 1 out.
Yeah, that was trash. Obviously I'll recap it. Off the rip, though, just the body just wasn't on time. It just wasn't aligned with what I was trying to execute and do. I felt like I was fighting myself the whole time.
Carlos Rodon, 6 innings, a 2-run ball, but the offense mustered just 2 hits as Simeon Woods-Richardson struck out 11 over 6 innings, a 2-hit ball. Blue Jays won, so the Bombers now 5 games back, 1 up on the Red Sox. Mets off as the Phillies officially clinched the NL East. The Mets now lead the Diamondbacks by a game and a half, 2 on the Reds and Giants for that final wild card. Justin Fields remains in concussion protocol. Too early to know if he'll play Sunday against the Bucks. As for the dud gangrene put forth, Aaron Glenn reminds us this is a slow build.
I know from the media to the fans, everybody expects this, when you just start, okay, we're going to the Super Bowl. But we've all played Legos before. And we all know that, man, you have to make sure everything is aligned, and you keep stacking it day by day by day.
Monday Night Football, the Chargers stifled the Raiders 20-9, picking off Geno Smith 3 times, holding Vegas to 218 total yards. And the Bucs upend the Texans 20-19 on a Rachaad White 2-yard touchdown run with just 6 seconds remaining. 66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, good morning, Gunswiping. How we doing? 404. McMonigle here with you on this Tuesday morning. I got you for 1 more hour till the warm-up show comes your way at 5. Fleegs on the other side taking your calls at 888-808-1019. And we started with the football as we were watching Monday Night Football doubleheader last night. Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Bucs go down the field late to take care of the Houston Texans, and the LA Chargers make it a statement with back-to-back wins to start the year, take care of the Raiders rather easily, and Herbert playing extremely well. And it made me realize that we have 2 terrible football teams. That's what it took. I wasn't sure until I watched one day. I was pretty sure before then. But we spent a lot of time talking about these 2 coaches. You just heard Aaron Glenn again in the update. And for me, these 2 coaches already, I know it's week 2, or now the 3rd game of the beginning of this new tenure with the New York Jets. I get it. And he's certainly not going anywhere. He's going to be here for a while. But culture coach, this guy who's supposed to be, building this